Hello, everyone. My name is Brian McGrory. I think I know a lot of you, but not all of you. I'm the chair of the journalism department here. I used to be at the Globe for a few years. And I'm really, really delighted that you would take the time right now, sort of a quiet, uneventful week, to come to BU again. Some of you were here last January. I think a few of you are here for the first time. But we're really, really grateful for your presence. We know you're very busy, and we know it's not always easy to come into town like this, so thank you. Here at BU, our goals are really twofold. One, we're doing everything we can in our journalism program to build the strongest possible ecosystem for journalism here in New England. And we're trying to do that because it's just good for society. It is really, really important for society that we have meaningful journalism at all levels, but especially the local level. It's also in our self-interest to do this. We are educating and training many, many hundreds of journalism students per year, and we want to send them out into a healthy industry. And what you're doing really, really helps that cause. So we want to be helpful to you for that reason as well. This week in particular, there's been a lot of reflection on the role of journalism and its authority, its reach, its successes and its failures. And what I keep coming back to is a phrase I probably used too often when I was editor of the Globe, and that is, we can only control what we can control in the face of an imploding industry. And in this case here, what we can control is the journalism that we put out at a very local level as we look around at the national scene. And local journalism is absolutely vital to give people a sense of place and a sense of where they are, a sense of who they're living with. And now more than ever, as we look around and at the national scene, it's really important that our neighbors, our friends, the people we share this region with, have the ability to make informed choices and live their best possible lives in their communities and build communities. And that's what you're doing. And we really, really appreciate it, and we want to be helpful to you. What you are doing, and I've said this to many of you before, it's lonely, hard, challenging, and occasionally heroic work. Just bringing you together, I hope, is meaningful. Having you see that there are many other people in the same boat as you are, trying to struggle with finances, fundraising, IT, audience building, all of that, with very limited resources. But we also know there is a lot of wisdom and power collectively in this room. And our goal here at BU is to bring that together and harness it as best as we possibly can. I'm especially excited about today's program. I thought we had a great program last January. We got a really good response from you. I'm really excited about today. To that end, I wanted to thank a couple of people. Steve Greenlee, who is, I'll introduce in a minute more fully, but he is the founding editor of our new Newsroom initiative here at Boston University that he will tell you about. Joan Donovan, who is a relatively new professor at Boston University, specialist in disinformation and misinformation, which is really valuable right now. And Lena Sheehan, who is the journalism department administrator, who was utterly vital in putting this program together and this day together. You're going to hear very shortly from an old friend of mine, Tom Rosenstiel, who has some really, really smart thoughts about the role of local news and what makes it successful. We're going to have panels on fundraising. We're going to have panels on freedom of information and public records access. We're going to have a panel on the future of media. Steve is going to tell you more about the BU Newsroom initiative, in which we really, really want to help you by sending our student journalists to your organizations with professional editing here at BU, working in collaboration with you. And later in the afternoon, we're going to have a session on audience engagement from the head of audience at the Boston Globe, who is just an expert on how to reach people in many different ways. We've compressed the schedule a little bit. I would urge you, if you can, to stay for the whole thing. This is not like an inverted pyramid where the least important stuff comes at the end. It is important throughout. Call it a narrative, if you will. But again, I want to end where I started. We're really grateful, first for what you're doing in your own communities. Really, really grateful for that, and we're really grateful as well that you took the time to come here today. And we hope that this is, again, one part of an ongoing conversation. We're aiming to convene you on a regular basis here at BU. So thank you very, very much. With that, I want to introduce you to Steve Greenlee, the former executive editor of the Portland Press Herald. We hired him at BU earlier this year to be the founding editor, again, of our Newsroom initiative. Steve will tell you more about it. We're building a newsroom here at BU, and we're going to run dozens and dozens of students through it with the aim of providing journalism to your organizations. Steve has already been just a huge, huge boon to our program, and he's going to be running the show today. So thank you all very, very much.
Thanks, Brian. So I've already met with many of you in this room, and I look forward to more conversations, but I came to BU for one reason, and that is to work with all of you and to help improve the journalism ecosystem in this region. So I'll tell you more about that later today, and we'll talk about more about where we are, but we first have a really important and compelling panel from one of the brightest minds in journalism in the country, Tom Rosenstiel. He's one of the most recognized thinkers about the future of journalism and the intersection of journalism and politics. Tom is a professor of the practice and Eleanor Merrill Scholar on the future of news at the Merrill College of Journalism at the University of Maryland. Before his time there, he spent 9 years as the executive director of the American Press Institute. At API, he oversaw for the Knight Foundation, the Table Stakes program, which engaged newsrooms in digital transformation. And he worked with hundreds of newsrooms across the country in changing their culture. He was also one of the founding directors of the Pew Research Center, where he supervised media research for 16 years. He was co-founder and vice chair of the Committee of Concerned Journalists as well. Today, in addition to his work at the University of Maryland, he also works often with newsrooms and journalists around the country on navigating the transition to a digital future, including at my most recent newsroom in Portland, Maine, where I got the opportunity to work with Tom very closely. So we're delighted to have him with us today, and Tom, take it away.
Thanks, Steve. Can everybody hear me? Is this working? Okay, great. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. My wife and I are going to New York, and we felt like we needed that emotionally, so I'm here with you on Zoom. I'm going to go pretty quickly so that we have lots of time, half the time, for questions. What I'm going to talk about is what I think a lot of people in your position and in my position get wrong. In the next few minutes, I'm going to make 6 points about the future of local news, and then talk about a concept that you may have heard of before called the job to be done, and apply it to journalism. Who the hell am I? Well, actually, Greenlee already told you some of that. I was press critic at the LA Times for 10 years. I ran media research at the Pew Research Center for 16. I got tired of just crunching numbers, even though I'm not trained in numbers. So I tried to help newsrooms for 9 years at API. If any of you are old enough to remember the State of the News Media Report, that was a near-death experience for me for 10 years that I designed. I'm the author of a bunch of books. Some of you may have been required to read The Elements of Journalism. I'm also a senior fellow at NORC, which is a terribly named thing that is actually the polling unit of the University of Chicago and does all the polling for the AP. So the ideas I'm going to talk about here are based on that experience and also on a book I'm writing now called The Next Journalism: How the Press Must Change to Serve Democracy in the 21st Century. And hopefully what I say now will trigger thoughts and questions for you today and after. So let's get started. Local news is in crisis because the product failed in the marketplace, not just because our advertising went away. Replacing what was lost with the same thing will fail. It won't gain you sufficient audience. Your seed funding, typo, will shrink and then disappear. And I'm not guessing. We have 15 years of the nonprofit movement. Why did local news fail? Well, much of what helped people live their lives in the package that we gave them in the 20th century was the stuff that was journalism adjacent. Coupons saved people money. TV and movie listings helped them navigate how to spend their time. You couldn't buy a house without classifieds or find an apartment or even sell a bike. I mean, literally, people would phone the newspaper to give us money. That was how important what we did was to them. Now, people get most of that somewhere else. Meanwhile, in that 20th century, we thought very little, and far less than we should have, about how our journalism actually helped people navigate or improve their lives, get involved, connect with each other, help them better things. Instead, we tended to romanticize the watchdog role. We imagined that if we monitored the powerful, we were doing our highest duty. We were, in that sense, all children of Walter Lippmann's dominant framing of the press as a searchlight scanning the darkness. And this certainly described my career. In truth, we don't do accountability journalism as well as we think. If you count it up, and I and a lot of other scholarly types have, most of what we call accountability journalism amplifies establishment and extreme voices. It enables and rewards the very polarization that we decry. Far too much of what we do is game framed around winners and losers. Readers often don't know how it helps them. Little of what we do is actually investigative, and even less focuses on how public policy will affect people's lives. When you do the math, as I have, the amount of stuff that we cover of government that tells people actually what will the thing being debated, what will it do to you or how it will affect you, it's not very much. This critique from the previous slide is not an opinion. There are scores and scores and scores of academic studies that I had never read until I became an academic. Our mess is how we help our ex-journalists get their PhDs. We are over-muscled on one part of our job, keeping an eye on establishment power, and we let much of our other responsibilities wither, especially as our newsrooms have shrunk. One of my great friends in journalism was a guy named Jim Carey, who after Lippmann was probably the most influential thinker of the 20th century about journalism. Many of you may never have heard of him. He wrote in 1995, "We have developed a journalism that justifies itself in the public's name, but in which the public plays no role except as a passive audience, a receptacle to be informed, a bystander." We could get away with that in the old economic model of the 20th century. Why? Because in that model, we got people's attention and we rented that attention to advertisers. So we just needed to get people to pay attention to us for a minute and we could rent that number to advertisers. Most often, again, research documents this, most often we got people's attention by alarming them or startling them, and sometimes explaining things, especially sports, reviews, etc., like that. The dominant story frames in journalism in the 20th century and still now were things that people should worry about or outlier events. The plane that crashes is news, the plane that lands is not. And keeping an eye on institutions of power, though alarm and outlier frames influenced how we chose stories in our accountability journalism too. In the 21st century, we cannot survive by renting our audience to advertisers. Let me put that again. In the 21st century, we cannot survive by renting an audience to advertisers. We can only survive by creating enough value for our communities that people will pay for it in whatever form. And by here, it doesn't matter whether you're a nonprofit, whether you're large donors, whether you're commercial, it's all the same. That means we have to redefine and broaden our sense of purpose beyond, but not excluding, the watchdog. We have to make the public the focus of our work, helping them live their lives. Make them the focus of our work, not a bystander to it. We have to recognize that our purpose is to help people live and improve their lives and communities. It's not a massive shift, but it is a broadening of what we really think when we think about what's a story. And finally, to make journalism that helps people, that has value, that they can recognize, we need to know, and I will argue to quantify, how any given story we produce or other piece of content actually does benefit them. This is where the concept coined by innovation business theorist Clayton Christensen, he was there at Harvard, comes in. His concept was the job to be done. He developed this concept when he was consulting for McDonald's and helping them sell more milkshakes. At first, his team analyzed the taste and the look of milkshakes versus competing fast food milkshakes. They made a bunch of suggestions. They got paid a lot of money. It had zero impact on sales. Then they went out and they just watched people buy milkshake for many days. And what they found was that more than half of all milkshake sales were in the morning to adults. People bought only a shake and then they drove off. After interviewing these folks, they learned that morning buyers of milkshakes wanted a breakfast food they could eat with one hand while they drove that would take quite a while to finish and would keep them filled till lunch. The competition wasn't other milkshakes. It was bagels, banana, breakfast sandwiches, stuff like that, because this was a breakfast that people needed to eat easily but have it take a long time. In the afternoons, most milkshakes were bought by parents who were trying to quiet cranky kids. And the primary competition was stopping to buy their kid candy or a toy. With this new understanding of the job that the product was actually doing, McDonald's was able to significantly increase sales. And since then, scores of other industries and companies have used this concept to reinvent, to create new products, to manage disruption. This is the last slide I added to this presentation, but it's not the last slide. Adaptive organizations understand their purpose, their actual function, the job they actually do for consumers. Failing organizations tend to confuse their purpose with the routines and procedures that they've long taken pride in, and they often double down on those when things go bad. If we want to reinvent local news to help people live better lives, in addition to watching the powerful on their behalf, in part because they aren't going to do that for themselves, what are the jobs to be done for them? What are the jobs that we do in journalism? Okay, and the rest of this time, I'm going to suggest 13 jobs that I think we do. This is my list. I'm still working on this, part of this book thing I'm doing. I'm going to go fast. I will give you these slides after this presentation, but I want to make time for questions, so I'm going to go fast. Here we go. Number one, discover where we live stories. This is work that helps people discover a stronger sense of place about where they live. Everything from how the community is subtly changing, history, people, their accomplishments, obits, real estate and how that's changing, other kinds of community trends and changes. Most sports coverage in my life would land here. Number two is discover our world stories. It's the bigger place. It's the bigger world. This is content that helps people understand trends and phenomena that are not specific to the place they live. Number three are connect with other stories. This is journalism that goes further than a discover story because it explicitly helps people form social connections, helps them know how to join community groups, volunteer for stuff, find a church, get involved, join sports leagues, get involved. Number four, We all know these. These are spend my time well stories. This is content that helps people enjoy their community by spending their leisure time. Restaurants, music, theater, reviews, things that help people make choices about how to spend time locally. Number 5 is make lifestyle decision stories. And this is journalism that helps people make health and wellness and lifestyle choices from fitness, diet, health. Number 6 is explain and understand more deeply stories. This is journalism that helps people think more deeply or in a new way about an event, a phenomenon, an ongoing trend. It's different than Discover stories because it's really deeply explanatory. It's not just saying, hey, this thing's here. It's saying, okay, you know about this thing. We're going to go deeper and explain what happened or why it happened. All the quick sports stories that talk about the game yesterday and why the quarterback screwed up, to me, those are Discover stories. 7, what can be done stories. This is journalism that explores the potential solutions and responses to problems identified in the news. It's often described as solutions journalism, but it's broader than the specific techniques used by the Solution Journalism Network. Then there's 8, keep people safe and secure stories. This is news about weather, traffic, emergencies, disasters, how to maintain your digital security, even crime if there's a guy on the loose in the neighborhood or something like that. This is stuff about immediately helping people keep safe. Okay, now to the accountability coverage. I've got 5 categories here. This is, to me, the most important, but often the most elusive. 9, equip people to become involved in civic life. This is journalism about activities of government, of public actors, and other powerful institutions that explains how people will be affected by the events or policies described, and thus helps them decide where they stand or how to become involved. The run-of-the-mill, here's what happened in government story is not this. 10, incremental civic government business updates. This makes up a lot of what we do. These are the stories that offer the latest turn-of-the-screw updates about government, politics, civic institutions, business, a lot of running stories. It might even be outside business. Much and perhaps too much of our government accountability journalism falls into this category now. What distinguishes this is that the impact on or the effect of policies that are mentioned are usually just mentioned in passing. How many stories did I just pick up the B matter about what the bill would do and stick it in 2 paragraphs? And I didn't really know what the bill would do. I just kind of knew what it was about. 11 are game frame stories, whether you call it horse race, tactics and strategy, inside baseball, or as scholars do, game frame coverage. This is the journalism about politics and government that's framed around which official actor or political combatant is winning or losing, getting the better out of the encounter. 12 are our watchdog stories, journalism that alerts people to civic or institutional failure or wrongdoing by government and other powerful private or public institutions. It's exposés. But when you do the quantitative analysis, you realize that actually not that much of what we do, usually under 10%, usually we're around 5% of our coverage at any given outlet and across the industry is actual investigative reporting. And the last one is a forum for public discussion. This is the content. This is where we let people talk. It's the content that is produced by your community of users. Okay, so your list may vary. You may be a single subject outlet. You may be focused primarily on culture, food, and entertainment. You might not have 13. You might have fewer. If civic life might not even really be part of your brief. Or maybe you cover one town and have no national or international news. But you should have a list. You should be thinking, how is this story helping somebody? Our audiences do not recognize how most of the stories we produce affect or help them. And again, that's not my opinion. It's in the data. And that's because, I think, we haven't thought explicitly about it ourselves. Historically, we thought our work was helpful because it's news. It's news, so it's helpful. Well, that's not a job to be done. That's just a tautology. I decided this was news. I thought it was important. Therefore, it's important to people. That's the key to our disconnect. My guess is that most of the time we do, certainly I did, and you do, fewer of these 13 jobs than we think. And I bet you don't actually know. My hope is that you'll make a version of this list. My dream is that you go one step further. I believe the newsrooms that survive in the future should actually be tagging their stories to see which job it is doing. You do it in the early process before it's even reported. You say, this is going to be a explain more deeply story. You put it in your CMS, you build it into the way you report the story, and you put it in your CMS. That will make these stories better, and you will find out which of these you are doing or not doing. Some operations like LAist out in LA are already doing this. They've got tags in their CMS. That way you could find out what jobs you're actually doing and how much you are really helping people and what they turn to you for. Okay, I hope I have provoked you. So now let's have at it. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and you can throw spitballs.
So we obviously have plenty of time for questions. Lena is walking around with the mic, so she will grab you when you have your hand up. Thanks.
Thank you, Nikki Cadillac from Burlington Buzz in Burlington, Massachusetts. I'm going to just set the stage that we're standing when we're asking questions. So I guess I'm interested in what people think about, sorry, I haven't had time to articulate this question in my head very well. I created my publication because I was a would-be consumer of the news that I wasn't finding anywhere else. And so I do find I'm doing a lot of these things. But I also find that the news audience needs to be convinced that they care about certain things. For example, civic life, public meetings, local government and things like that. And so I guess I'm interested in hearing from you, Tom, and maybe from others as well, where that sits in this is a job to be done. This is something that is going to impact people's lives, but really selling them on the idea that, no, actually, your government is important. Actually, what's going on in the public meetings does have an impact on you, because getting over the barrier, I feel like I'm serving this as the broccoli with the events and the other kinds of dessert at the end, which is fine. But really, I guess I'm expressing a wish that people did know that they should care about these things as much as I do and as much as we do.
Well, let me take a first whack at that in response and then let people there talk. The concept of job to be done is not what job am I doing? It's not really focused on us. It's what is the job to be done for the consumer. That little shift, it's the job to be done for them, right? For McDonald's, the job to be done was making milkshakes. For the consumer, it was this breakfast thing. It's really, in what way is this thing helping your reader? And so that's why, watching government is too vague. This story is helping people understand how this bill would affect them, or this story is warning them that the city council is about to do something that is extremely divisive. It's more specific than, oh, it's a government story. That's kind of the trap we've been in. It's a government story. So we really need to think, in what way is this government story useful to a reader? If it's not clear, if it's not really, really clear to us, it ain't going to be really, really clear to them. Does that help at all? Not much.
Thank you. I'm Kim Castens from the Acton Exchange. It's a local paper, online only in the small town of Acton. I love your list, by the way. I think it's very impressive and it will be very helpful to us. Can you comment on how this set of ideas plays out for environmental coverage? I can see several connection points, but I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this will be a little bit off the top of my head, but actually, if you are, the narrower your frame, the easier this gets, right? Because you can say, all right, we're all about policy, we're all about the environment, or we're all about this little, our little town. So what are the things that are really happening in this town? What are the things that we know people care about? What's important? So if you're thinking about environmental coverage, there's definitely safe and secure stories in there, right? Is the drinking water safe? Is the beach safe now, or is it vanishing? There's a lot of explaining stories, I would think. Discover stories would be, you may not know that this is happening, that this, this creek we just found lead in it or something like that. So, but you are again putting your sort of yourself in the head of your reader, of your user, and saying, how, what job is this story doing for them, and one of the ways this can be powerful is if you think about that on the front end. You say, okay, your reporter will say, okay, I got to make sure there's certain sources that I've got to talk to who are actually going to answer those questions. If I'm writing this story and I've decided I'm going to really help people decide where they stand on this bill or on this thing that the city council's doing or on this new proposal from the EPA, then I've got to dive deeper into what that thing is actually doing, and talk to some experts about who are on different sides of this thing and dive in so that it's not just a quick alert.
Hi, I'm Mary Helen Gunn also from the Acton Exchange, and we've been going about 18 months. And as I'm listening to your list and to the frames that are coming from the journalism industry, as it were, right? I'm hearing a need to unlearn old models, right? I don't come from a journalism background. So I'm interested in our community nonprofits, in your sense of the role for non-journalists, right, to engage, and how would that change how we think about who's writing for us and what do we need to, how do we need to adjust, like, ideas about journalism standards and so forth if we're introducing non-journalists to the exercise of providing these community services. My background is in nonprofits and churches and schools and whatnot, and so the service frame makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
But it feels like a real pivot for what we're doing in this nonprofit model. So I'm interested in your thoughts on that. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a kid. I was a redhead, believe it or not, once. That's how much I've evolved. And some of these shifts are not quite as dramatic as they kind of seem in the moment. The idea that we are helping, helping people. If you go back to some old local journalism, there was a lot of that. The notion of journalism as a service was there, but not super well defined. Service journalism was sort of, thought of as in a, we thought we should do it, but it wasn't the sexy stuff. Yeah, we'll tell people where the cheese pickup is, but that's not how I'm going to get a Pulitzer Prize. So those elements become bigger, but they're not entirely new. The other thing, another quote from my friend Jim Carrey: in the end, journalism is conversation among citizens. What did he mean by that? What he meant was that we provide people with information and tools, we empower them, and they, to some extent, they take it from there. We're there to help them, but they do the action. And another element in this is like sort of 80 years of media scholarship has essentially come down in one place. The media don't tell people what to do, but they tell them what to think about. We don't tell them what to think, but we tell them what to think about. This election, we certainly didn't tell people what to think. They decided what they thought about the things that we put in front of them. So I don't want to lose my way here. That's one element. The idea that we are that is the real shift is that in the older model we would say, "Hey, this is a bad thing," and we were done. Now, the newer model is, "Hey, this is a bad thing. Here's 15 things that people have come up with to try and solve this bad thing. How are they working? Which ones seem to be more promising? We went to this town over here where they're doing this. This is what happened. This one's going to cost more. This one's cheaper and can scale quickly, but is less effective. If you want to get involved, here's what you can do. It's a more complete service where think of it this way, the watchdog is useful, but insufficient. It barks, but that's all it does. It tells you, there's something wrong. Then you have to go out and see what the dog is barking at and figure it out and figure what to do about it. So it's all these other tasks, these additional jobs that to some extent we didn't do. And Lippmann, by the way, who was so influential, even though most people have never read him, basically said journalists aren't capable of doing these other things. So they should just be a searchlight and stop and then move on. And we did, because we could have make money doing it that way.
Howard
That
Schulten
helps.
with the Newton Beacon. A couple of comments or questions. It's a constant battle between the public's need to know and want to know. Oftentimes what they want to know is crime and punishment, gets the most attention. It relates to your drama comments of earlier. Then the other issue is the quick hitters. Material you've almost already got, news release or whatever, versus doing enterprise or investigative reporting, which takes more time and more people, of which typically these small organizations like Newton Beacon don't have.
Yeah.
So how do you juggle that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. So there's a couple things. One, we were never a newspaper. We were never newspapers of record. That was just sort of a thing we told ourselves to make ourselves feel good or to market to people. We always chose. And now when you're smaller, you have to decide what are the things that that people are going to recognize. Wow, I'm going to read that thing. I'm going to read the Beacon because they're really good at X. The internet, to some extent, rewards specialization, right? You have to be, I use one thing for making travel for airplanes. I use another thing for running a car. I use a different thing for, restaurant reservations. So you have to decide what are the 2 or 3 things that make you indispensable. You also have to be present in people's lives on somewhat regular basis. So I believe that this new modern local newsroom operates by thinking fast and slow, and to steal the term from, Daniel Kahneman. What I mean by that is I think you should have one person even in a tiny newsroom, whose job it is to post things every day that are urgent on your subject and are happening quite early in the morning, because most of our traffic is between 6 and 9 when most of our newsrooms are empty. So be there, have somebody whose job it is to provide things at the time that people are actually interested. That also helps create more time for other people to do longer things. I will tell you that in the data, and I've seen this over and over and over from hundreds of newsrooms, the stories that hurt us are what Brian calls the drab middle, and I call the mushy middle. The story that you could do very quickly and you decide, well, we'll do something a little bigger for tomorrow or for the paper or, and it's a couple hours, you're not actually adding a hell of a lot. Whereas if you took 3 days, you could add a lot. We live in an environment where I get so many news alerts that I think I see the headline and I think, okay, that incremental information is useful. I'm probably not going to need to read a whole news story about it. But when the Atlantic 2 days later offers an explanatory piece that gets underneath that, I do read it. So even in my own personal consumption, and maybe in yours, there's more news alerts and there's more Atlantic. And I think that's where on the topics that you own, you need to think about the 300-word story that gets bloated into an 800-word story doesn't do very well. It doesn't get read. Not all 800 words usually get read, but the 2,000-word stories often do. And they correlate to people seeing real value in what you're doing. But you have to be present in their lives with quick things. If you just post 3 stories a week, they're all okay. None of them are knockouts, and that's all you do. You're not present enough in people's digital world, probably, for them to rely on you. It's such a complex topic. I don't know if that is a sufficient answer, but this notion of choosing the things that make you indispensable and then providing people with true depth and immediacy on those things is this elusive formula, of if you're a baseball fan, fielding, running, and bullpen with a couple of good relievers. You don't have 5 starters, so you have to piece together a pitching staff.
Hello, Barbara Thornton from Your Arlington in Arlington. I am, I'm recovering from Tuesday, and I want to know, you said something that I think is really profound and true, and that's that newspapers should be a place, or news should be a place where citizens learn to talk with each other, and they learn to talk with each other about character and their lives and what they want. And it reminds me of the Harold Putnam Bowling Alone book. What did journalism do wrong in this last election? And I don't mean Your Arlington, I mean, and I don't mean the Washington Post, I mean in general. What could they have done better to encourage those local conversations about citizens, about what's important?
Yeah, I mean, that's complicated, right? If you are the really hyper-local publication, how do you contribute to the campaign? You've got to do stories about the conversations that people in your community are having. You're not trailing Bush. You're not trailing Trump and Harris around like CNN is. You're not trying to figure out, okay, how do we cover this? Somebody whose daily speech contains 47 known falsehoods. That's not your problem. I mean, it's a problem, but it's not the problem you're trying to solve. You've got to try and understand the people and the conversations they're having. I will say this. People constantly during the campaign were like, don't you think that the New York Times is engaging in false equivalency and both sidism and helping Trump and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there were examples of that, but I actually think that on balance, the New York Times was trying pretty hard to show the true Trump, and in many of their story choices, the Trump people would have a lot of complaints. In the end, if we think, if most of the people in this room think that America should have long ago repudiated Trump, that is not something that journalism can do. And a lot of people wish that, or sort of blame the press for Trump, for the scales not falling from the eyes of all Americans about Donald Trump. That's just not something we can do. Again, I go back to this axiom that I learned 30 years ago. The press cannot tell people what to think. It can only tell them what to think about. And that is a real shift. For 50 years, news researchers thought that, news was like a hypodermic needle, that what we wrote, it would be like a drug. It would get put into people's bloodstreams, and that's what they'd think. It just doesn't work that way.
Hi, I'm Peter O'Neill from the Needham Observer, and you call it broccoli, we call it kale, because I think people really like broccoli. I find myself writing a lot about process, and I think you're saying we should be writing about potential outcomes, but how do we bridge that? How do we explain how you get to the outcome without boring people to tears?
Yeah. So I think there's a couple of steps here, and they're hard. It requires some retraining on our part, right? Because we do so many things reflexively, and it was fine. I mean, really, again, we were indispensable to people. Like, I didn't know what to watch on TV if I didn't get the Washington Post TV listings thing. There were so many parts of the product that made us just a must-have. But it wasn't this stuff. So how do we make this stuff must have? Well, we orient it to people. So step number one is, I think we need to go, and you don't have to do this with some like fancy, expensive research study. You don't have to go out and spend $250,000. You could hire an orc. We do it for $250,000 if you'd like, but you don't need to. Just go talk to people about what is it they don't understand? What is it that would be helpful to them? Just absorb a lot of that. Have your staff go out and do a bunch of that. You can learn some very simple techniques for human-centered design listening, but you don't really need to. You have reporters. They are ethnographers already. So go out and talk to a bunch of people about what is it that they know and don't know about these civic councils, and listen to what it is that they think they need to know. And you're not writing stories about this stuff. You're just listening to them. Get closer to the way they think. Get closer to the way they think. And then begin to say, okay, let's write a story about this thing, this housing development or whatever the heck it is, that we think people is going to really help people understand something that they don't know about it. Maybe after you go through this process and then write that story and see how it does. And by the way, write a headline that frames it that way, package it in such a way that it's very, very clear why that story can help them. And you may find yourself after you go through this, writing fewer process stories. But there's some mental retraining that we're talking about here, where we start to think more like they think. Here's another technique that I like a lot. It's called the dinner table exercise. And that is, you get your staff, and by the way, you can get everybody who works in the building and people who work in the building next door who are not journalists. And you sit them at a table, and let's say you have 3 tables. You say, okay, you guys, you're going to talk about health care at this table. You're going to talk about education at this table. And you're going to go over and talk about government at this table. And you say, all right, I want you to talk for half an hour about your personal experiences with education at the education table, your personal experiences with healthcare at the healthcare table, and your personal experiences with government at the government table. And what happens is people say, well, I paid my taxes and that bill got lost, or, I went to the DMV and, they thought it was online, but it's not, and you still had to wait in line, and whatever. You just find out what their interaction was with this thing that we think we cover. Same with education. Parents teachers night, or I went my kids, I see my kids' homework. It's so stupid. It's just memorization, whatever it is. And healthcare, same thing. Then you say, okay, great. Now let's make a story list. What you discover invariably when I've been involved in watching people do this exercise, it's a totally different story list than the one we would do if we said, okay, make a story list of healthcare stories. Why? Because we put ourselves in the mindset of just being a citizen for a half an hour. It's just a little way of kind of triggering, we think, put our journalist hat on, and we now think in ways that are somewhat different than civilian life. And that can be unhelpful. That can be unhelpful, particularly in the new model that we're talking about. So it's a long-winded answer. Step 1, go tell your people to spend 2 interviews a day, not for stories, but to understand their people in their community on the topics that they write about. and any other topics. Take an hour out of their day to do that, and come back and take an afternoon after they've been doing that for 2 weeks and see what you've learned on their beats, which is a human-centered design research on the cheap. Try the dinner table conversation, and then also I would say copy down this list of jobs to be done and ask yourself as you're working on a story, which one of these, what category would I put this thing in? It's an incremental update, or it's a game frame story, or an insider baseball story, or whatever, and see to what extent are these stories, the way we're framing them and actually filling them in, gonna help somebody. One last little recommendation I would make here. I really like the idea of, when we post content, having these little bulletins, little frames on the stories, around the stories, kind of billboards that say, what's new in this story? And you click on it and it pops up one sentence, what's new, or how is this story going to help you? And you click on that and one sentence pops up, or some other explicit methods of trying to show people why this thing is useful. The newness of doing that, of putting these little billboard announcements around a story, will get people's attention. They'll click on them for a while. They might stop clicking on them after a while, but try experiments like that. So it's not just a headline and a story, the headline that compressed. One last little thing. In a digital environment, every story, the ability to sort of signify the importance of stories by putting them on page one with a big headline at the top of a page and all of that, is pretty much erased. Most stories, especially on a phone, they're all the same size, they're all the same headline. So the idea of what I call the lumpy sack, the lead-all story, here's the story about this that happened yesterday, and everything goes in there. It's got all the angles and do little subheads for different angles. I think doesn't work. I think it's better to break that lumpy sack into 4 tight packages, each one with a headline. So if there's a significant new angle on a story, do a separate story with its own headline, because most likely that headline sort of has a better inkling of the job that story is doing for people. You could see it in the New York Times. They do all of the things I'm talking about. They have actually found their way to doing.
We have time for one more quick question.
Hi, Mary McGrath, Cambridge News, lifelong journalist. A lot of what you said makes a lot of sense to me. It's familiar. What about young audiences, digital natives who have no orientation to the way we journalists have done news forever? And what about different platforms, social media, video, audio, podcast, TikTok? Yeah, obviously. I mean, the most popular guy at the Baltimore Banner, which is a startup in Baltimore that has hired a bunch of newspaper guys, is the TikTok guy. And good TikToks can be run very, very cheaply. You need the right person who's funny and knows how to do them. It's amazing what they can do. You need to, these are cliches now already, but what we need to do is be audience centric, not digital centric or mobile centric, but audience centric, because they're moving around, they're shifting. 5 years ago, we wouldn't have talked about TikTok. We would have been talking about, Facebook, but Facebook has basically gone away as a news platform. So Instagram works for certain kinds of subjects. TikTok works really well for other kinds of subjects. Almost all that stuff the New York Times does, their video, their radio stuff, they don't make money off of it. It is an on-ramp to the New York Times. It introduces new people to the New York Times. The most important product they've ever created was in terms of subscriber conversions, is the morning newsletter, which was designed to stop getting people clicking on links to generate ad revenue. It was designed to get people to think, wow, I read the New York Times in a minute. That's cool. And then they open it the next day and the next day and the next day. And eventually they start to read some of those stories. It's a slow boil, but it converted subscribers and converted younger subscribers.
Thank you very much, Tom. That was really illuminating and I'm sure useful to most of the newsrooms here. I can tell you, and you know this, at my last newsroom, we did not think about our journalism in terms of the 13 jobs to be done, and I wish we had. So thank you all. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here at 10:45. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for listening. Thanks for no spitballs.
So first I wanted to say that I really appreciated Mary Helen's question at the last session about the role of non-journalists in local news organizations, because I have been really excited that so many of the I'm learning a lot about the local journalism ecosystem here, and so many of them are either started by or run by people who aren't traditional journalists, and it's actually, and you're all doing it. Those of you who aren't not from a journalism background, you're doing it because you care about having an informed community. And it got me thinking it's actually a really good topic for a future conference. So I'm going to put that on the list. And that's another way of saying, if you have ideas for sessions at future conferences, I want to hear about them because we want to run sessions that would be beneficial to you. So please email me ideas for future conferences. My email address is greenlee@bu.edu. It'll be on the screen later. And also, you'll all be getting a survey later to give us feedback, and one of the items will be ideas for future conferences. So thanks for that. Okay, so we're going to start the next panel. We are going to talk about philanthropic funding or revenue generation for newsrooms. So I want to introduce the panel. We have Jennifer Preston, who is joining us via Zoom. Jennifer spent almost 2 decades at the New York Times as a reporter, senior newsroom executive, and the newsroom's first social media editor before joining the Knight Foundation in 2014 as vice president of journalism. For 6 years at Knight, Jennifer led the foundation's strategic shift to focus on addressing the local news crisis. She oversaw the $300 million Journalism and Democracy Initiative and tens of millions of dollars in investments to support the launch of Newsmatch at the Institute for Nonprofit News, Report for America, the American Journalism Project, the Solutions Journalism Initiative, and many of the news and journalism organizations now filling critical gaps in local news and information across the country. After leaving Knight, Jennifer joined the Shorenstein Center as a fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School. She led and helped commission a major research project at the University of Chicago on the growing role of philanthropy in journalism and created a new project, Accelerate Philanthropy for Journalism. Jennifer is also a coach in the local media association's Lab for Journalism Funding, where I had the opportunity to work with her in a series of philanthropic workshops to train newsrooms and news executives last year. We are also joined by Michaela Schweitzer-Bloom. She is the executive director at the Maine Center for Public Interest Reporting, which operates the Maine Monitor. Mika joined the Maine Monitor after retiring as a senior foreign service officer. She represented the United States around the world for 26 years, leading diplomatic teams and advancing principles of democratic governance, most importantly, the importance of a free and vibrant press. She spent most of her career in the Middle East and Southeast Europe. She served as deputy chief of mission at the U.S. Embassy in North Macedonia and at U.S. embassies in the Middle East, and at the U.S. Consulate General in Jerusalem, where she led the public affairs section and was the consulate spokesman for 4 years. Our moderator for this panel is Joan Donovan. Joan is an assistant professor of journalism and emerging media studies at Boston University, where she examines the internet and technology studies, online extremism, media manipulation, and disinformation campaigns. She's the founder of the Critical Internet Studies Institute, which is a nonprofit that advocates for a public interest internet. She's the co-author of Meme Wars, the untold story of the online battles upending democracy in America. And her research explores how media manipulation is used as a means to control public conversation, derail democracy, and disrupt society. So with that, take it away, Joan.
Thank you so much. What a good-looking group of people. I have to say, you guys, rays of sunshine. I think the collective hangover is real after everybody's staying up super late on Tuesday. So I appreciate you coming here and dedicating yourself to getting the job done. You might ask, what is this like weird professor researcher doing up here on a philanthropy panel? But I've raised over $15 million in the past several years for my research. And I've become very well acquainted with the rules and regulations and inside, outside baseball, as it were, related to funding. So I'm here as an ally, as someone who's very interested in making sure that we rewire local news. Here at BU, one of the main things that attracted me to leave Harvard, well, aside from like having to be a whistleblower and getting terminated. But the other thing that attracted me to BU was that I was really excited to get to work with Mariette DiCristino, who's our dean, and Brian McGorry, who's the chair of the journalism department. And I've been very fortunate to be folded into the project on local news that he's been leading, as well with Steve and Lena. So it's been a really great experience for me, but I'm new to being a professor, but sort of old to being someone that has to think a lot about and in-depthly, how do we make sure the local news world survives the digital turn, and how we get the best and the most out of the internet, given that social media companies began in many ways as a adversary of the news. If you go back and you look at, for instance, why Twitter or YouTube or Facebook have been so successful over the years, is that they claim to give a voice to the voiceless. They claim to open up discourse in such a way that journalists and, you know, the media, right, are somehow held to account. What that's led to over the last decade, of course, is not the democracy that they, or the liberation technology that they've promised, but rather that authoritarians, fascists, oligarchs have figured out ways to own those systems and to prioritize their own political interests over and above the public interest. And so I really see academia and journalism in this twin fight, where we are advocates for the truth. And some of these other systems that we have to interact with, like social media, they're engaged in PR, relentless PR, not just about their brand, but also about what it means to be run by, to have society run by a technological infrastructure owned by a couple of billionaires, right? And so when we think about and talk about funding local news, it's more than just saying, oh, we need local news for democracy. It's also about insisting that the truth is going to circulate, that even though what's happening on social media might happen faster than what the news actually provides, that eventually the historical record will bore out that this period and transition into a more digital world really threatened the nature of what it means to tell the truth, especially as we start to see more and more people step into roles of quasi-governance, like Zuckerberg, like Musk, who are fully turning their platforms into political tools. And so one of the ways they do that that's really interesting is they denigrate journalism. They say, oh, you know, journalists are just out here favoring their own political parties. You know, everything they report on is, you know, they must be getting kickbacks from big pharma, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it's really important that we think about journalism not from the perspective of what our adversaries think of us, but from the perspective of what can we add to the public interest, and how do we animate that public spirit of survival. I think even in a week like this, where a lot of people are checking out, it feels almost like New Year's Day in a way. Like a lot of people are like, I'm just going to get really into fitness. you know, like, or I'm going to start running, I'm going to turn the news off, right? It's like it's got that vibe to it. But what I'm asking you instead is to turn towards the fire and help us, you know, at least dampen its effect. So I'm here with two amazing women, and I would love to hear from you first, Mika, about what landed you here, where, you know, how did you arrive as a journalist, and what kind of stuff have you been involved in related to philanthropy that you think is working?
Yeah, I think so. The Maine Center for Public Interest Reporting is 15 years old. We're celebrating our 15th anniversary this year. Thank you.
15.
And we were founded as a nonprofit. We were founded with the principle of producing investigative accountability and solutions journalism and giving it away for free. So we do not charge for our news, and so we are entirely dependent on philanthropic giving. The organization went along with a combined editor, executive director position for a very, very long time, until 2022, when the board said, this is not sustainable. We cannot grow if we continue to have a combined position. And so the board of directors made the decision to split the role and have a unique editor and a unique executive director. That's where I came in. I was planning my retirement from the Foreign Service and very much wanted to stay focused on the work that I had been doing in my career, which was upholding the principles of democracy, but I wanted to do it local. And I came across this job and thought, that sounds great. Let me dive into trying to save local news. I've done it overseas, I can do it at home. And little did I know what I was getting into, really. But it has been 2.5 years of an amazing journey. We have grown enormously in the last 3 years. We've grown, our budget has grown by at least 20% each year. Our philanthropic support has grown by, last year we had an increase of about 54%. Our funding is based 60% on foundation grants and about 37% on individual giving. We have a very small revenue line from some syndication services that do pay us for our news. We told them they could have it for free, but that's their policy, so we're happy to take that money. The 60% foundation grants are broken up about 40% local, which we define as Maine-based or New England-based, and 60% national. My job is entirely focused on the growth of our organization, strategic direction, fundraising, operational oversight. In 2023, because we had been successful in increasing our fundraising, we were able to hire a development officer to work with me. We're now at the point where we're about to advertise to hire specifically somebody to focus on institutional giving. So our current development director will focus on individuals and members, and the other person will focus on institutional giving. And I'll continue to do all of it with them. I think, the keynote speaker, I thought, really resonated with me as an executive director of a nonprofit news organization, because we are constantly focused on what is the purpose of our work. What are we doing that is adding value to our community? What's the impact of our work? What's the why of our journalism? We do, as I said, focus more on the investigative accountability side of things, but one of the things that we always try and do is explain to people why it's important. What's the relevance of this to their life? Because if we're not explaining why it's important to them, they're not necessarily going to see the public service of our work and support us. And I think we've been able to really effectively do that. We've grown our individual giving every year by quite a large amount. At this point, almost 14% of our newsletter subscribers is a weird word to use because they get it for free, do donate, which is a pretty significant number. I can go on, but maybe I'll stop there. That's just kind of a little overview of what I do and why I do it.
Yeah, and we want to get into some of the nitty-gritty of that as well, about how you generate interest in giving, and what tools you use, particularly what platforms are good for bringing in money and doing that kind of technical work. But for now, I'm going to go over to Jennifer and welcome. I also wanted to say congratulations on your grandbaby. Very, very cool. So Jennifer's someone I've known for many years and has been a very great mentor to me as someone that was at the Knight Foundation and then came into the Shorenstein Center when I was there and helped me think about how to ask the big questions so that the grants would be multi-year, multifaceted, cover more than just a few researchers, but actually like think about how do we get our staff paid for. So Jennifer, by way of introduction, I'd love to hear a little bit about your story, starting here and at the Daily Evening Item, and how you ended up at the New York Times, and then what was that transition like, going in from being a reporter to a funder?
Thank you, Joan. And it was such a privilege to meet you. I'm realizing it was in the aftermath of the 2016 election, where at the University of Pennsylvania, you, Claire Wardle, and other researchers and journalists came together to talk about like what research and what might journalists do to help address the spread of disinformation that fueled 2016 and continues to make a huge impact across the country. So just briefly, I grew up in Arlington. I'm a proud graduate of Boston University's journalism program. And I went to work to Philadelphia for the Philadelphia Daily News after I left BU, but did have a short, beloved stint at the Daily Evening Item and the Patriot Ledger, but spent most of my career in New York working at New York Newsday, which was a newspaper startup in New York City. And then when New York Newsday folded in 1995, I joined the Times as a reporter and then an editor, and then became involved in the newsroom's digital transformation and became the newsroom's first social media editor, which really gave me an opportunity just to understand the impact and role of technology, how it can fuel great journalism as it has at the New York Times, but devastate at the same time local newspapers across the country. So after joining the Knight Foundation in 2014, I took over as the VP of journalism, and until 2014, Knight Foundation had been primarily focused on supporting technology innovation around media and around journalism, because honestly, there were not that many newspapers embracing the role of technology. And at that point, the innovation report at the New York Times had just cleared the pathways for the Times to do what it had to do to become sustainable. Bezos and Marty Baron were at the Washington Post. So at Knight Foundation, we began focusing on what was happening around the country with local newspapers, and Alberto Ibargüen, whom I formerly worked with at Newsday, which is how we reconnected in 2014, which is how I landed at Knight. And he had just asked me to travel around the country and talk to publishers of legacy newspapers, editors. I would always make sure, however, many people in the room would appreciate this, that I would always use my Knight Foundation credit card and find out what was the local bar that the reporters hung out with and invite all the reporters to a little happy hour so I could really find out what the hell was going on. And that was also an opportunity to talk to some of the leaders of some of the early nonprofits, successful nonprofits and struggling nonprofits, just to help understand who was filling the gaps and how they were filling the gaps. So it was so after I got there and we learned from our listening that a lot of the major metros wanted to meet the digital realities of today. They wanted to transform their newsrooms to an audience focus, a subscriber focus, away from the advertising model, which Google and Facebook had, with two major technology companies that by then was beginning to gobble up all of the new digital advertising revenue. So in 2014, we launched what was then called the Table Stakes, very bad branding program, but it really did help accelerate the digital transformation of many newsrooms. And that's when we began making significant investments in nonprofit news outlets around the country. In 2016 became a real opportunity to make the case for more money for journalism. We launched Newsmatch in December 2016, after we had heard from some of our nonprofit leaders that they were seeing an uptick in donations. At the same time, the Times and the Washington Post were seeing an increase in subscribers. So starting in 2016, Knight was able to bring in more funders to support journalism. We were able to point to not just the problems of the local news crisis, but the many solutions that many of you here in this room are contributing to strengthening your communities by making your commitment to provide local journalism. So it was really after 2016 when we were able to get significant funding from Knight's board and bring other funders along to launch the $300 million Journalism and Democracy Initiative. That helped launch Report for America, Newsmatch, it really expand Newsmatch, the Solutions Journalism Local Reporting Project, AJP, and many news leaders like yourself who are really making a difference. At Knight, we brought a focus on helping fund sustainability. And so what do I mean by that? So we supported and continue to support like News Revenue Hub, NewsPack, the tools that you need as publishers and as news and information providers to generate the revenue that you need to remain independent. I got to tell you, I jotted down 14% of newsletter subscribers donate. That is fantastic. That's just like fantastic. And email newsletters, as the publisher of Neil Chase of Cal Matters says, he operates a email newsletter business that happens to be attached to a news site. So the focus on product and on revenue might not seem as compelling or as urgent as the incredibly important watchdog reporting that you do. but to remain independent, especially in the environment that we're all moving into, you need your local communities to support you.
Let me ask you, Jennifer, just a quick follow-up on this, because you've read so many concept notes and applications. What are some of the like tips or catnip that local journalism should include in any pitch that they're making to any foundation or local philanthropist?
Well, I think everyone in the room should carefully read all of the press forward materials, which are, they got off to a slow start, but they have a great team now that has been assembled. And the most important thing that you will see when you read the press forward materials is they're looking for news organizations that are focused on strengthening their community. And their mission is strengthening communities with local journalism. So how do you demonstrate that you're strengthening your communities? First thing we do in the lab for journalism funding at the local media association, community listening. If you have an application that is not informed by community listening, that's a problem. If you have an application that does not include some form of civic engagement or engagement with your community, it's not going to get the high marks that that you want. And in addition to quality journalism, it is okay to ask a funder to fund someone who will be a membership director or someone who will be a chief development officer. When a funder sees that, they say, oh, okay, here's someone who understands that that regardless of your status, whether you're for-profit or not-for-profit, you need revenue to be independent and strong.
Everybody's taking like feverish notes, which I really appreciate, so we're highlighting community listening, civic engagement, and also a plan to grow. So you might think, okay, well, they're going to be funders are going to be attracted to me hiring more reporters equal more news. But if you're not thinking about what are they called, Jennifer, like core costs, or what do you call it in funding? I forget. Operating costs, right? If you're not including that in your grant application, which sometimes feels like, well, I want to show them we're getting the work done. You also want to show a dedication to building your organization and your infrastructure within your organization so that year on year you are able to raise more money. And the one thing about fundraising to me that's always been really strange is money gets money. Right? So the more funders you've engaged with and the more you can show even just a diversity of funding sources, the more excited funders get that they're not the only people involved in your success. Right? And so there's a very collaborative way in which funders like to operate. And that ends up showing up in the grant making as well. Mika, I wanted to ask you a bit about the individual donors. How do you take in that money? Is it just a matter of putting a widget or a platform inside of the website? Is it a call to action in the newsletter? Like, how do you attract individual donors?
It's all of those things, but I mean, our website has a donate page. We have a call to action at the end of every article. So if you read all the way down to the bottom of the article, there's always a call to action. But our sort of top line, which includes the donate, is frozen, so it's there the whole time. We do 4 fundraising campaigns a year. This is our biggest one at the end of the year. So from November 1st to December 31st is our biggest one. Those are the news match dates, but for us, we need to raise a lot more than the news match. So it is a part of our fundraising at the end of the year, but not the only thing.
Let me just stop you right there, because Jennifer's mentioned Newsmatch as well. And I just want to give can you give a brief explanation of what it is? Just because some of you, in talking and mingling, I've noticed you're journalists turned fundraisers. So some of these things might not be front of mind for you.
Yeah, so for folks that are members of the Institute for Nonprofit News, you can apply to this News Match program, which INN and Knight and others fund to incentivize your end of year fundraising. And when you apply based on your size and what you're going to be doing, they give you basically a challenge match that you can then raise money against and you can use in your fundraising. So you can explain to people, if we raise this money, the news match program is going to double it. And there's different components of it. There's just the straight up news match. They also do incentives for getting local challenge matches as well. They do new member challenge matches. So there's all sorts of things that can increase the amount of money that you're able to get through that.
Let me just ask Jennifer, is there criteria to be involved in Newsmatch? Like, what qualifies someone?
Yeah, so originally it was open to all members of the Institute for Not-for-Profit News. However, it became so popular that even though we got other funders to contribute millions of dollars a year to the pool, we couldn't keep up with the explosive growth of nonprofit news organizations joining INN. So right now, Newsmatch, we're hoping I launched Newsmatch. That was one of my projects. We're hoping there has been additional funding from the Press Forward funders, and we're hoping there will be more. But right now, it's the Newsmatch match from the national pool is limited to mostly smaller nonprofits. So it might be incredibly relevant to many of the people in the room here. So because Newsmatch has been a way, especially for smaller news outlets, to begin that communication with people in their community about donations. But one of the biggest outcomes that we saw from Newsmatch is, you got to give it to those journalists who become fundraisers. They are a creative bunch. And what we saw since 2016 is so many newsrooms getting double matches and triple matches in their community. So like using the national brand of Newsmatch to get additional matches. So I'm not quite sure. I'm just looking at my notes. So for 2024, there's $7.5 million that's pledged at the program's launch. That's the most money and most newsrooms that INN has had participate since it started. There are almost 400 newsrooms participating. So I guess, one of the most important things for anyone starting out, and I'm assume that everyone knows this, but if they don't, if you're a nonprofit news organization, the most important thing that you can do to achieve success is to join INN. And why INN? Newsmatch is definitely one reason. They have lots of other programs, but the most important reason to join INN is INN has established community guidelines. They are trusted by all of the funders. INN members are required to be transparent about their donors. So one way that funders have been able to differentiate between some of the propaganda, on both sides of the aisle, like the extremist pink slime on news sites that have popped up all over the country, is like the first thing that funders will look for a nonprofit outlet is to see whether you're a member of INN, whether you have adopted their community guidelines and whether you have passed not passed, but whether you've met the criteria.
Can I just sort of on I think it's important to note, because I think not everybody here is a member of INN or is eligible to be a member of INN, if I'm correct. And I do think that it's important for everyone should be doing individual fundraising, whether or not you're a nonprofit or not. You can do that and either with or without a fiscal sponsor. I mean, in Maine, we have all of it happening. There's those of us like Janice from the Harpswell Anchor, myself, who are doing individual fundraising as 501c3s. There's a number of news organizations in Maine that have fiscal sponsors. We're a fiscal sponsor for a hyperlocal news organization and are working with them to advise them on how to do individual fundraising. The Bangor Daily News, which is the only privately owned daily left in Maine, they have been doing individual fundraising for years before they had a fiscal sponsor. And they were very honest with people that if you want this public service to continue, your subscriptions alone are not going to do it. And they made a very compelling case for why people should consider donating to them, regardless of whether or not it was a tax-deductible donation or not. And they've grown that. They now have a fiscal sponsor, but I think that the business model for local news in the United States has to include, whether or not you're a nonprofit or not, has to include community members seeing the value and donating to you, and you being able to make that case through very targeted appeals, either at specific times in conjunction with an impact report. For-profit newspapers should be doing impact reports as well as nonprofit newspapers. I think that that's really important. But I think, I hope everybody is hearing that you don't have to be a nonprofit to do individual fundraising is what I want to make sure is coming across.
Yeah, and we were having a meeting about this. Steve clued me in on, one of you had a very innovative prospecting strategy. Is it the New Bedford Light? I can't remember, but one of y'all started looking at who was funding the local hospital and other kinds of public interest philanthropy as a way to think about, well, who else in our sphere would appreciate good journalism, and are they funding other things in town, be it Little League or high school events or anything that you can imagine. There are definitely people out there that want to engage with local activism and also local journalism. I think it's also important to think about those prospecting strategies as you start to think as well about community engagement and who is your news for, and who are your partners or your sources, quote unquote, going to be. Because especially during the pandemic, what we learned looking at mis and disinformation during the pandemic is that many people had turned to local television news and were getting their news directly from those sources. And they had a very high trust in local doctors that were featured on local news. And so think about that as well as you think about how do you develop a brand and a profile in a town about, well, who in that town do people trust? We also had a event recently that Brian put together, and I think it was the Dallas Morning Star realized that the audiences really were craving journalism about church and about faith. So they hired a faith reporter, and that has really upped engagement. And so think about the things that are of value in your town, and then start to circle your networks out. And like Jennifer said, there's nothing better than hosting a happy hour or finding ways to let people into your not your newsroom activities, but into your vision for how the community can support the newsroom and how that can be a reciprocal appreciation. So I wanted to, did you have one more comment?
Well, I wanted to just add to something that Jennifer said about in your grant, when you're looking at funders, grant proposals including operating positions. And I think what's important to think about when you're looking at foundation grants is targeting your ask for the right foundation. So fitting your ask with the foundation. We get a mix of general operating grants, thematic grants, and those are ones that, fund our environmental reporting or our public health reporting. So those are more thematic. And then we get project-specific grants. I would never go to a foundation that I know is focused on environmental issues and ask them to fund an operating position, because that's not what they're interested in. They're interested in advancing knowledge, advocacy, awareness of environmental issues. So they don't care whether or not I have a grants officer or not. They want more reporting. So I think it's really important to think about, you have to fit your ask for the foundation. And there are a lot of amazing resources out there to do research on foundations. Your local philanthropy center is one, Candid, the ProPublica nonprofit website is great. That provides an amazing amount of information. But really doing your research so you're targeting. I also want to share just some advice that somebody gave me once, and I think this applies to both foundation asks as well as individual asks, but it was given to me particularly related to foundation asks, and it was foundations that are looking to fund journalism. And Jennifer, I'd welcome your thoughts on whether or not this is accurate, but foundations, for me it's been very useful, are looking at four things. What's the need in your community? How are you best positioned to fill that need? What are you doing to fill that need? And how are you going to sustain it? And that last is really about leadership and strategy. And the person that told me this said, in fact, actually it should be flipped, because what they care about most is leadership and strategy. Are you a sustainable organization? What's your product? What's your mission? What's the need? And I try and keep that in those four questions in mind every time I'm talking to a foundation, every time I'm putting together a foundation grant, but also when I'm talking to major donors, because major donors care about the same thing. That is where I spend a lot of time when you're talking about kind of looking for who you should be talking to, looking at hospital donation lists, looking at our main conservation voters. I look at their list all the time. The people that are giving that big money to the other organizations, I come to them with answers to those four questions as well.
That's a great, looking at other kinds of organizations where people are organized around public interest. And that could even mean scooping some prospects from university donor lists as well. So this has all been excellent, and I want to give plenty of time for conversation. When do we end this panel? 11:45? I think my watch is wrong. 15 minutes, okay. Speed round. So we have Lena coming around with there's a lot of questions, so we will get to you. Let's do this. 1 has the mic, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's it. Okay.
I have the benefit of sitting in the back of the room, I guess.
Yes.
Elizabeth McNamara from East Greenwich News in Rhode Island. I just wanted you to repeat those 4 questions again, right? What's the need, and then the other 3? Thank you.
Yeah. Think of it as need, your mission, your product, and your leadership. So what's the need in your community? How are you positioned to fill it? How are you filling it? So what's your product? And then how are you going to sustain that? So leadership and strategy.
And I would just add one thing. Make sure that in that pitch that you also include stories of impact, what impact you have had with your work, and what impact do you project that this funding will support and provide.
Great. You knew it was going to be me. Nikki Cadillac, Burlington Buzz, Burlington, Massachusetts. I want to thank you, Mika, for calling out what was going through my mind for the first 30 minutes of this, which is we are not a nonprofit newsroom, and we often feel kind of excluded. I say we, I'm a solopreneur. It's just me, and I'm doing all of it, and so it actually adds to the pressure of feeling like, how is this ever going to be sustainable? And we, the Buzz itself, is not eligible for a lot of this funding because it is excluded to nonprofits. We do individual giving campaigns, and we are asking people for money all of the time. And also, it is not nearly enough money to sustain it. And if the large foundations are only looking at nonprofit news organizations, I think,
That's not true.
well, sometimes it feels true. I would say that nonprofit news, for-profit news has gotten a really, really bad name because of a few players in the game that now have. I've actually had nonprofit news leaders talk to me and realize that we are an LLC and walk away and stop talking to me. So it does add kind of a feeling of exclusion. So that's just appreciation, thank you, and commiseration with those people who are in the same spot. And then just a quick question is, where are people finding these grants? Where are people finding, I appreciate the sort of mining the hospital donor list. Any other places that people are looking? Are there repositories for finding where there are grants available? Because I don't have a problem asking for money, obviously. I'm not even sure which trees to bark up at this point sometimes. Thank you.
I would say that media.
So first, Jennifer did say this, the funders that are supporting local news are not exclusive to nonprofits. There's a lot of expansion of that. So Report for America includes for-profits. Press Forward included a lot of for-profits in its most recent its first round of grants. But so please don't feel excluded from that, because there is a lot of interest in supporting all models of journalism. Lena, I don't know if it's possible to put up that last slide that I had. So there are a lot of different places to look for grants, but if you can get on the mailing list of like your local philanthropy center, that's really helpful. Grant Station, you can buy a membership for Grant Station. They have funding opportunities, but just get on newsletters for all these foundations. They all have newsletters, so just sign up, all of them. Knight, Press Forward,
MacArthur,
OSF. I mean, all of them.
Open Society Foundation,
Hewlett. Get on all their mailing lists, because that's the best way, or follow them on LinkedIn, or just connect so that you can get the announcements.
There's a really big one here that's for Massachusetts philanthropy. It is for nonprofits, but that's also a place that if you are a Massachusetts-based organization, that might be a good place to look for donors, because they have people like, Eastern Bank and folks that are interested in funding journalism. Okay, we had number 3.
I would just quickly add to that. Go on Media Impact Funders. That's the philanthropy serving organization for funders who support media and journalism. And they have this incredible, great data and mapping there. So you can go down to your town, and you can see who is who are like, who's funding journalism or who's funding journalism in Massachusetts. And there are significant people and foundations in Massachusetts investing in journalism, and all the data's there.
Yeah, and about Mika's slide, we will be circulating a follow-up email, and those links will all be in it, and we'll have the link to media impact funders and some of the other foundations for your perusal. So that was number 2. Number 3, thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Pinkow with the Boston Institute for Nonprofit Journalism. Let me tell you what really gets my goat. Them that's got is them that keeps on getting, right? So what I've watched happen over the past couple of years here in Massachusetts is that some of the wealthiest communities have set up wonderful news organizations. They print, the Concord Bridge has a beautiful printed paper. So we can name a whole bunch of the most well-funded communities, and they are going to the people in their community and they are raising money. Great. And then when it comes to your Burlingtons and your Walthams and the other communities that don't have a lot of wealthy people, it's a struggle, right? And what I'm not seeing from the national foundations is a recognition and some commitment to social justice, where they would take that incredible amount of money that's on the national level and give it to more of it to the small, struggling, working class communities around here. So a lot of the money is going to, statewide organizations or big city newsrooms. I think AJP gives out $1 million, easily to all of these organizations. And I would like to say Newsmatch is fabulous, and thank you so much for being part of Newsmatch, but it's nowhere near enough. $15,000, that goes nowhere for us.
Is your organization one that did get a successful Press Forward grant?
Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, how did that happen? I'm not bringing it up to be antagonistic. I actually want to know, because I think it's a cool thing that what you've been able to do. And so when we're talking about this, like how important or how transformative is that grant going to be for your organization?
Absolutely.
Is it enough? Is it too little? Okay. Yeah.
$50,000 a year for 2 years? No, that's not enough, but it will help. It's really hard to get operating funding. I'm sure everybody understands that. It's easier to get a $10,000 grant to do reporting, especially for Binge, because we're well known for our investigative reporting. It's really hard for us to get operating funding, and what we did was, I guess just read. I would tell people to read and pay attention to what the guidelines are. Anyone who's interested in the next Press Forward round, they should go to that. There's going to be a webinar in a couple of weeks. Go, pay attention, ask questions, go to those coaching sessions. I did 2 of those coaching sessions. It was tremendously helpful to get an inside idea. But I have years and years of experience as a grant writer.
Yeah.
In addition to my journalism background. So great that Binge has someone like me. Not to be too modest, but
Chris is good too.
But I work with Chris is awesome.
I love him.
And yes, and our crew is fabulous. But I also work with organizations that are starting up in the communities, and they don't have that opportunity. The national foundations are never going to give them.
So what I'm hearing from you is that one of the things that we should do is make sure that there's like a very concerted effort at supporting local grant writing, right? One of the things the universities do really well is that translational knowledge. And so supporting folks to think about what are the objectives, what is their leadership style, what communities do they serve. I think these are all really important. And I think that feedback that we we can support that at BU, you know, that we can bring people together and hopefully with you come up with a strategy for filling that gap. Because for me, I see that somewhat as a knowledge gap. I don't think it's, you know, necessarily some of these grants are unobtainable. I mean, I grew up in Saugus, right? I live in Malden. I'm like nobody, right? But I've been able to activate these networks in my career. And so I think all of you are able to, but it is that question of mentorship and how do you get the right story together. So I think that this is just the opening of a larger conversation. Okay, we have number 4. Yeah, yeah, thank you.
I'm Miley Houlihan. I'm the CEO of the Concord Bridge, and I appreciate your question because I really am seeing how privileged we are. We are a weekly print newspaper and a daily news outlet. And when we were launched, the board raised almost $1 million. And so, you know, we were able to comfortably get the resources that we need. My background is in both journalism and in the business side of publishing. So I was wondering, because revenue is my job, how many newspapers here have actually gotten significant money from a grant? 1, 2? Okay, so because we have not really focused on grants because we don't qualify for most of them because we are from a wealthy town. It was a news desert before we launched. But the approach that we're taking is kind of similar to a for-profit in that we tried to maximize the advertising revenue. We're very lucky to have a downtown. We have realtors, restaurants, shops that advertise, and the print product actually attracts them in a way that the digital wouldn't. And we're delivered to every household. So we create community just by our existence. And we have a very active board, which has the contacts with the wealthy individuals. So, you know, the third piece of funding for us would be these kinds of grants. And I was interested, you said in Maine, you're now looking at institutional funders.
Yeah, we're creating a position that is going to be dedicated to grants because we rely on them so much. I mean, it makes up 60% of our budget every year. So without grants, we won't be able to make it. And I want to say something both to both of your questions, which is to go back to that, what's the need? You know, the fact that you said that you were a news desert before you existed, that's huge. You should be saying that all the time. Like, that should be your lead. We filled a news desert. That's important. That was the need. You filled that. Without you, the town goes back to being a news desert. I think, you know, national funders, from my experience, are very interested in providing funding to communities that cannot, that do not have the local resources. That's the need. So if you're a community where, you know, one of the things that I have to do when I'm writing grants is get past the preconceived notion that Maine is Kennebunkport. Maine is not Kennebunkport, right, Janice? We're not. Absolutely not. We are, the majority of our counties are above the poverty line. We do not have, there are some very wealthy individuals in Maine, but they are concentrated in some very small communities. And a lot of the wealth is seasonal. And so explaining to people what is the need. We have 2 counties that are news deserts. So 2 out of the 16 are news deserts in Maine. We have vast areas of the state that have no dedicated news organization. I mean, Steve can speak to this too, but so trying to explain to people what's the need And what's the capacity for local funding is actually really important. I do that all the time, giving people a sense of what is the capacity for local individual giving and what's sort of the max and where's the gap? Where's the gap in funding? And you have to be able to explain that to the foundations that you're applying to. There are foundations that are very interested in supporting news organizations that are in communities where there is a high need, and without that philanthropic support, they will not have access to news. So I just go back to that. The other thing I will say is grant writing is a lot of work. It is a lot. You cannot, and everyone is unique. I never just copy and paste and send it off to the next organization. Everyone has to be tailored to that organization, to what their interests are, to what the moment is. You know, I spent all of Sunday, last Sunday, working on an application for an organization that had very unique questions. It's a lot of time, but they're also giving us a lot of money. And at the end of the day, you know, if you're giving us money, I'm going to answer your questions. I always make myself available to the foundations to answer any questions. I think the other thing I would say is you also need to Jennifer's point about impact, is constantly giving them evidence that their investment was worth it. So are you updating them on successes? Did you just win a bunch of awards? Are you going to let them know? Did one of your stories land and have a really amazing impact? Like it was quoted in a legislative session. You want to tell them that. The other thing is being really accountable to them. So are you going to see major changes at your organization? Back to the leadership point and the sustainability, you want to make sure that your funders are not surprised by that. We've probably all heard the don't let me be surprised by things by bosses. Well, they're kind of your bosses. They're giving you money, so make sure that they're not surprised by changes. But just being, throughout the year, it's not a one and done with a foundation. It's a constant conversation. And it is a lot of hard work, but we have to do it, otherwise we can't survive.
It's true. So we are at overtime, but I wanted to just say, Jennifer, do you have any parting comments?
Yeah, so one thing that we didn't talk about is while we've seen a significant increase in philanthropy and journalism, along with that, we've seen growing concern about the role of philanthropy in putting journalists in tough spots. And so the bottom line is this: do not take a dollar, do not take a penny from any funder who wants to have any role in your newsroom. That what is essential in the past and what is even more important right now is building trust in your community. And that requires editorial independence. So that's why you need to be transparent about your donors. And you both for-profit and not-for-profit, and you also need to make sure that you have set up very clear boundaries about your editorial independence. You would never show an advertiser in the old world, what stories you're working on, and you don't do that with the funder. You report the impact clearly, but they don't get to say on what your stories are. Just one other thing, Joan, we've talked a lot about foundations, and I think what are the networked solutions? It's really hard for one single for-profit or non-for-profit news leader to do it on your own. For the for-profit news organizations, there's great resources out there. Lion, I'm sure all of you are familiar with Lion and local media associations, Lab for Journalism funding. Sign up for it. There's going to be a bunch of cohorts launching in January, and pay attention to existing funded resources that can help you that can help you, whether it's Report for America, solutions journalism programs. There's a lot of funded resources that you can bring into your operation and into your community. So thank you so much, Joan, for hosting this conversation. And I'm going to put together some resources that, Joan, for you that that would be that I hope will be helpful, including the Media Impact Funders map for everyone in the room.
Amazing. Well, thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. So we're going to close it out. I'm going to hand it back over to Steve, who's going to tell us what's next. But thank you, and I'll be back this afternoon for another round of conversation.
Thank you all very much. That was a fantastic panel, and I'm sure everybody here took a lot away from it. So thanks very much. I just want to make one point about news deserts. The point came up that, for instance, Maine has 2 counties in Maine are news deserts out of the 14, and we're 16. 2 plus 14 is 16, and Concord made the point that they were a news desert before the Concord Bridge launched. There are many places that are news deserts in reality, even though they're not listed that way in the industry. So in Maine, for instance, where I just came from, there are many more towns that are actual news deserts than it appears on any map. I worked in Portland, which is the biggest city in the state and has the largest news organization. And it may look like the Portland Press-Herald is covering all these counties in southern Maine, but in reality, because of cuts over the years, there are many towns that actually don't see any coverage at all. And the town that I lived in was one of those towns. It was undercovered. So even though it's not technically a news desert, it's very hard to get news and information about your town. So the work you're doing is extremely important, even if you're doing it in an area that is not technically labeled a news desert. So thank you all very much, and we're going to break for lunch now, and we'll be back together around 12:20. Thanks.
Yeah, we were perfect. Oh, so good. Yeah. No, Jennifer ended up doing probably better than Sewell would have done anyway. So that was like really good. Yeah, thank you. I'm looking forward to your presentation. No, I'm not. Okay, come on. Mine's going to be very simple. Oh, in the movies when you have to shoot at it.
Oh yeah, okay. It's not working, right?
Just press it once. Just press it.
It was a minority.
Right, they were very much.
price usually?
Oh, I mean, I would just swap it out. Yeah.
Swap it out?
If it's 3, I would just say swap it out.
Okay.
And it'll fill the screen up there, even though it's not showing here.
Oh, no, it is now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, look at that. There we go. Okay. All right. Thank you. I think so. Yeah. I might use the handheld actually. Oh, yeah, I think so, because I'm having a hard time. Oh, thank you very much. I'll wait till you do that. Okay, we're going to get started with the next session, everybody. I'll give you 30 seconds to take your seats, and then we'll get rolling. We're ready. All right. Okay, thanks everybody. Before we get started, I just want to let you all know that even though it may look like we're behind schedule, we're not. And we will get you out of here at 3 o'clock. We will definitely be stopping at 3. So hope you will all stay to the end because there's some really good stuff coming in the final session. I wanted to talk a little bit about what we're planning to do through the new Newsroom initiative and why I came here. This presentation is not going to take very long because I want to take plenty of time for questions. I have been meeting with many of you over the last couple of months to talk about what we're trying to do here and to try to figure out how best to serve you. We want to be able to produce the kind of journalism that you're looking for with our students. So let me get started. First of all, who am I and why am I here? I ask myself that all the time. I have spent roughly 35 years in journalism, going back to college, and all of it at daily newspapers. And most of the time has been spent as an editor, and a large portion of it running news organizations. So the last 12 years I spent running the largest news organization in Maine. That's the Portland Press-Herald. I also had to oversee many of our other newspapers during my time there. Before that, I was 12 years at the Boston Globe as an editor, and before that, I was a reporter and editor at newspapers in Portland and Connecticut. So of those 35 years, I would say roughly 32 of those years have been spent as an editor overseeing People or Newsroom. So I've got a good deal of experience editing stories and helping journalists do their work better. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about why we need to do this. I think it's obvious and evident to all of you, but just briefly, I wanted to share with you highlights of a really depressing annual report. I can't seem to click on it. So the Medill School at Northwestern comes out with a report every year on the state of local journalism across the country, and it's always it's a really enjoyable read that documents how many newspapers have closed and how many jobs have disappeared. But there's one part of this I really want to call out because it's exciting. So as you can see as you scroll down this, it tells you about news deserts. Here's a oh, I'm sorry. So we're not, somehow we're not meshing with the presentation. I'm trying to show part of a website. It doesn't seem to be loading up here. Nope. I'm a journalist. Okay. I'll probably need your help pulling it back too.
Okay.
So how do I get it up here now? Oh, I can just.
We can duplicate. We can just do duplicate. We can just duplicate it. Sorry, I didn't know you needed to do that, so we weren't.
Yeah, my bad.
Were you
I really
Chrome?
I just gotta show one image, so we can just scroll down to that one image, and then I can move on if you like. It's linked here. It's on that slide.
On that slide?
Yeah, it's a link. I should have just screen grabbed it.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah, thanks. And then in about 30 seconds, I'll need your help bringing it back.
Okay, I'll hang out.
Okay, thanks. All right, so news deserts, newspapers disappearing, largest newspaper owners, and as you can see in our part of the world, it's all Gannett owning many local newspapers. Digital news networks. This is not what I want to show you. What I want to show you is an exciting map at the bottom of this otherwise disappointing report. This is a map of local news startups just in the past year. So you got one here and one there, except look at all of the local news startups in southern New England. And that is not all of you, because many of you started up more than a year ago. So that's just what's going on in the last year. So it's super exciting to be involved in an initiative to help all of you who are trying to replace lost journalism. All right, now I need to get back to the other the slideshow. Sorry.
Should just be able to escape.
I don't know computers.
Nope.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I know. All right, so this program that we're launching to serve all of you and to help our students embark on their journalism careers really has three goals. One is to provide journalism to news outlets that desperately need it and want it. Two is to get our students published because they need clips and experience in order to get jobs and even internships. And of course, if we help you by helping them, we help sustain the local journalism ecosystem, and we sharpen their skills. Not only will they get the classroom instruction and the guidance from the teaching professors, but they'll now get professional editing from people like me. So the ultimate goal here is we want to help sustain local journalism so our communities are informed and our students have jobs to graduate to. It's not exactly new. We're already doing some of this. So some of the work that our students do is already reaching news organizations throughout the region. So our State House program, run by Jerry Berger, who's here somewhere, has been doing amazing work for years. They put together a package of election stories recently, and news organizations throughout our area publish them. News organizations that otherwise wouldn't have been able to inform their readers about election issues. Maggie Mulvihill, a professor in the journalism department, has established a relationship this semester with the Marblehead Current, and it's been providing journalism to them. And the Maine Monitor, who you heard from earlier, has been a partner from time to time as well. It's much bigger than this, but I want to show you a few examples as a proof of concept to show you that we do this stuff. What we're going to do now is go all in and make it bigger and better. And we're going to get more organized, because right now, the way we do it is sort of one-offs, ad hoc relationships. A professor has a relationship with a news organization, or students pitch their stories to news organizations that may or may not want them, honestly. But we're going to organize this effort. So I just wanted to very briefly explain to you how this is going to work. And I know people like graphics and stuff, and I was told to, you put a graphic in here that shows how this works, it'll get more attention. So, so what I'll be doing, and we are, and it's not just me, hopefully, we are already advertising for a deputy editor to work in this newsroom as well, because we think it's going to be big. So we will be coordinating with news outlets, people like you, to find out what coverage you need so that we can tailor our journalism to what you want. My goal is that 100% of the work that is done by the students in this newsroom gets published. So we're going to do stories that you want. We're going to do the kinds of coverage that you want. If you tell us that your readers are hungering for education stories, stories out of the school system in your town, we will try to focus on that for you, and so on. We will be working with the teaching faculty to incorporate the story assignments into their journalism coursework. So students there are multiple courses that students have to take in order to graduate with a journalism degree that require them to go out and report stories. There's not often a requirement that those stories get published, although many of them do. So there's no reason that the work that they're doing in the classroom cannot be targeted for publication before they even start working on it. We're going to be coaching the students in a real newsroom environment. They won't just be working out of their dorm rooms or in a classroom once a week. We are securing a space in a working newsroom for them to come to and work with me and be around other journalists and other student journalists so that they can get a better taste for what it's like to work professionally. And then, of course, maybe the most important part for many of you is these stories will be professionally edited before you get them. Any of us who have been editors over the years know what it's like to get student journalism. Some of it is ready for publication, and a lot of it's not. And some of it requires hours and hours of editing, even from the best students out there. And we don't want you to open emails from us that contain a student story and have your stomach drop because it's not what you thought it would be. These stories will be hopefully ready to go, plug and play when you get them. It doesn't mean you can't then edit them. You can't do what you feel like you need to do to those stories. But we're not going to give you any stories that we wouldn't be proud to publish in a newspaper we were running ourselves. I spent a lot of time over the last couple of months meeting with many of you. I've met, by my latest count, I've met with more than 24 local news organizations in the region, and I just want to say again how thrilling it is that there are more than 24 local news organizations serving communities in this region. And so I've tried to get a handle on what kinds of stories you want and what topics you want covered. It's all over the map, as it should be. Some themes emerge, but there are many, many types of stories that you're looking for, and we are going to try to match students and their interests with the stories that you are looking for. So again, what you'll get from us, regardless of the topic or the story form, which could be anything from a quick daily story to deeper enterprise that might take some time, you're going to get free, high-quality work from the biggest journalism school in New England. You're going to get coverage tailored to your needs, and it's going to be professionally edited before you get it. How this is going to work, this is still a work in progress, but we are going to pilot the program in the spring semester, starting in mid-January when the students come back from their winter break. They will get going immediately when that semester starts. We're doing this through one course to start, and it's an advanced level reporting class that Brian McGrory and I will be working in together with 15 students, up to 15 students, application only so that we get the best and the brightest so that we start this off right. And they will be spending part of their time in a classroom environment and a lot of their time in a newsroom environment. And our goal is to provide each news organization that we partner with a good number of stories. In the fall, we're going to expand it. We haven't figured out yet exactly how big we're going to go in the fall. It depends on what happens in the spring as we kick the tires. And of course, there's going to be obstacles along the way that we can't predict. And we ask you to sort of bear with us as we figure out how exactly this could be better than we're doing it in the spring. And we, of course, want your feedback, those of you who are going to join us for the pilot. In the fall, we're probably going to run it through at least 2 classes, maybe more, but at least 2. And then I don't see any reason why next spring we can't run it through multiple courses and have as many as 60, 75 or more students working in this. One thing it's to be determined is how and whether this could work in the summer. Your needs don't go away when school's not in session, so we want to find a way to continue providing journalism to you in the summer. We just haven't figured out exactly how we're going to do that. But the long-term goal of this is to make this newsroom initiative a core piece of the students' experience at our journalism school, so that maybe the graduate school is built around this program, and maybe it becomes a requirement to actually work in this newsroom in order to get your degree. But there's no reason why the long-term goal of this program can't be to have more than 100 students every semester working in it. Maybe it's too ambitious, but I actually think we can get there because the students are already doing the work. They're just not always targeting it to the news organizations in the region. So that's enough for me. I want to hear your questions and thoughts on this. I've gotten a lot of great ideas already talking to many of you, but I want to hear what's on your minds, whether it's about this or anything else. And I may or may not be able to answer your question because I've only been at this for 2 months, just starting to build it, but hopefully we can start.
Will the journalism students be able to work multiple semesters with a newspaper?
I'm glad you brought that up. I forgot to mention that. We believe so. We have to gauge the interest in it. The upper level course that we are starting this off in is a course that can be repeated. So students can take that course multiple semesters, and we hope that they will enjoy the experience enough that they want to. The other thing I neglected to mention is that we're pairing, maybe this is too insider academia, but we're pairing the course with a professional project so the students can actually get sort of double credit. They can get twice as much credit for being in this program as they otherwise would. So yes, we want to be able to have students in the program for more than one semester, if only so that you don't have a new student to sort of learn your community every 14 weeks. So that is a goal of ours, yeah.
So I have the microphone, sorry. So I'm an alum of BU and had a wonderful experience, but I know that cars were not encouraged on campus for a lot of good reasons. I'm with the Waltham Times now, and one of the things I'm finding with my young reporters is that they're not, probably for many reasons, including the pandemic, they're not as used to being out in the field. So my big question is, do the students have cars?
So we want the students to be able to go to the communities that they're covering. They don't need to do it for every story, of course, but there are many stories. I mean, I experienced this in my own newsroom in Portland, especially after the pandemic. People didn't want to go out to the scene to report because it was easier to do it by telephone. We want them to get a feel for the communities they're in. There's going to be many, many stories they do that require them to be in the community. We will be providing them funding to get where they need to go. They probably don't all have cars. My guess is that most students don't have cars. Yeah. But there's other ways to get to these places, public transportation, Uber rides. So we will get them to where they need to go, yeah.
Could you describe what level of commitment you're looking for from any individual news service? Is this a one-off story, or it has to be throughout the semester? What level of commitment from us?
So I think, I mean, I have a number in my head of especially through this 8-credit course. I don't know if others would agree with me. I think it would be really great if each student produced at least 10 stories over the course of a semester for each news organization. If it were a 4-credit course, which many of them will be, in probably most of the students who go through this will be doing it in a 4-credit course. It might be 6 stories over the course of a semester, but it'll vary from news organization to news organization depending on your needs. If you want a lot of dailies, that might be a different calculation, and if you want deeper enterprise stories. But no, it's not a one-off. It's a relationship over the course of a semester, and I will be, at least for the first semester, I'll be your point person, and I would like to be in regular communication with the editors of these newsrooms so that we know we're giving you stories that you actually want.
Steve, since you're starting out with about 15 students, have you given any thought to tackling issues that are common to all of us? For instance, to pick a story on some environmental issue that's affecting every community and do reporting that can be tailored to each individual community, but that larger piece to more efficiently use your resources starting out?
Yes. So I have had that conversation with several of the news outlets. That is coming up in conversation fairly frequently. Affordable housing is an example that has emerged multiple times because these, obviously affordable housing doesn't end at the town border, nor do transportation issues. So I do envision us working on regional stories, possibly by partnering reporters up. So if you got a reporter in, let's say, Brookline and a reporter in Newton that are both working for with news partners and want stories about affordable housing, there's no reason they can't work together and make that story better and have it serve two communities. In fact, we were going to do this. We're starting off on a sort of a ad hoc basis this semester. If question 5 had passed, we were going to pair some reporters up in a couple of, pair news organizations up in a couple of local communities to talk about how restaurant owners were going to and employees were going to cope with the wage issue.
Hi, Mary Helen with Acton. We're looking forward to talking with you some more later this month. So one question I have is will there be built into the course logistics a requirement that the student is out in the community, twice or 3 times or something during the semester, just kind of piggybacking on your question? And then the other one is, are you envisioning this that a student would partner with one community for the whole semester, or are they going to be working on a bunch of different stories for different papers? Like, how does that partnership look as you're designing it?
I'll take the second question first. That one's easier to answer. So as part of what I've been doing this semester is talking to people at other universities who run programs that provide journalism to news organizations. What I found is that nobody's doing exactly what we want to do. This is a little more ambitious, I think, than what others are trying to do or others have been doing. But all of the guidance I've gotten suggests that the way to do this is to partner a student with a news organization, if only so that they learn the community. So that, I think, is what we're going to do. We're going to partner students with news organizations, and we're going to probably manage that by letting the students' interest be part of the guidance. I mean, it could be as simple as the students from Concord, so they work, they partner with Concord. It could also be that a news organization is desperate for coverage of high school sports, and the student is inclined towards sports coverage. So that will probably be the case. The answer to the first question is something we're still working through, whether we're going to require them to be in the communities a certain number of times throughout the semester. I think that's going to happen organically based on both story assignments and by, if I feel like, or if Brian feels like the student is not in the community enough, then, we'll have that conversation. But I don't envision a situation where a student is covering stories for a news organization remotely for the whole semester. That's not going to happen. We're still talking through a clip requirement, like how many stories a semester should a student have published. Some schools do have that kind of clip requirement. Some classes here have that kind of requirement that they have to write a certain number of stories. But it seems like if we're going to be partnering with news organizations in a more formal way, we should have a conversation around whether each student is expected to do a certain number of stories. We just haven't sorted through that yet because this is so new. Yeah.
This is comparable to an internship. So are you expecting the organizations to do an assessment or review of the students' performance?
That's a really good question. That's not a question that we've considered yet, but we'll talk that through. Haven't thought about that yet. I mean, but I would want, I mean, obviously, I'd want feedback from news organizations about how it went, especially in this first semester as we try to figure out how to expand it and make it better next year.
And are they going to be backpack journalists? By that I mean, are they going to have cameras and video? Because more and more, that's the way reporting is going.
So the expectation is, especially in the first semester where it's, you know, I hate to use the word print, but it's sort of a print, words-focused experiment in the first semester. That will require students to be taking their own photos for sure, because you have photo needs, and it's not just stories you want. So we would be expecting that students would be taking their own photos for stories. And I should also say that a prerequisite for this course includes a basic reporting class, a reporting in-depth class, and a visual journalism course. So all of these students will already know the basics of visual journalism and will be able to take photos with their phones. Video, you know, as you know, it's a certain percentage of stories that kind of call for video, and we will talk that through as the semester goes on, but the expectation is that they're doing what needs to be done to serve the story, whether it's words alone, or words and video, or just video, or you know, some type of interactives. It'll be on a story-by-story basis, but I do think that the backpack journalist analogy will apply here.
He actually just asked my question about the art. That was one thing I wanted to ask about. But you know, before I get more grabby, because I'm very excited about this, and we can definitely use the help. You know, I have lots of ideas about what I would want out of the program. Is there anything that you want the kids to get out of the program? Like, as editors, are we going to be explaining to them like how we actually take in the copy and how we might, you know, play it, or how we might want to supplement it with more questions or something more specific? Like, is there anything that you want the kids to get out of working with us?
The goal here is to get them published and to improve their skills, and some of that is going to require conversations like that. So yes, I'm open to any and all ideas you would have about improving the student experience and providing feedback. And so yeah, I'd want to hear those kinds of questions. Whether that's part of the goal, I don't know. I mean, the truth is, this is an experiment in the first semester, and we're going to figure this out by doing it. So I don't really know, but we'll work through it as the semester goes on. And any of you who I end up working with over this first semester, I want a lot of feedback about how it's going, because we want your experience to be good, and we want you to be excited about it, and we want you to want to keep participating in it.
Who is legally responsible for the content that's created? Does COM have a legal team on hand, or?
You personally are responsible for, no, I'm kidding. That's a question that has come up. I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to ask Brian. Oh, Michelle Johnson has an answer to that.
Hi, everybody. I taught across the street for many years, and I'm a former Globe person. And I also oversaw BU News Service, which some of you might be familiar with. When we launched BU News Service, we absolutely had to answer that question. We are covered by the university's legal team. So if you guys get sued, it will come through BU. Well, that's how we operate. I don't know what these guys are going to do, but.
I'm going to add to that because I have a lot of experience dealing with lawsuits. A lot of them frivolous. I'm sure Brian has more experience than I do dealing with frivolous legal claims. So, just follow-up question here? Oh, can I just add to that first? If somebody's going to sue you, they're going to sue whoever they want to sue, and it's the truth. And they're going to, if they think that BU has the money, they're going to sue BU. If they think that one of your news organizations has enough money, they'll sue you too, and they will sue editors and reporters personally. In my experience at my last news organization, where we were served with frivolous lawsuits that sometimes cost us money and insurance, we always covered the reporter and the editor. We would never let somebody be exposed to a legal claim on their own. You got a follow-up question?
Yeah, well, the reason why I asked that is because they covered the reporters because the reporters were employed by the organization. But these students are not going to be employed by these organizations. So I'm just curious about how, if there's a problematic story, how that's legally going to shape out. Will it be that BU then represents these organizations? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. We'll try to get you an answer to that question. But, you know, as I said earlier, my experience is a plaintiff will sue whoever they want to sue, regardless of who might cover them. So whether you're exposed, your news organizations are exposed themselves, I don't have the answer to that right now. But we'll find out. We'll get you an answer.
Hi, Kim Castens from the Acton Exchange. Where do we sign up, and what will be your criteria for choosing the news organizations?
This, you know, the sign up is very informal. I've been meeting with a lot of news organizations and trying to assess their needs, and then we will figure that out in the coming weeks. Who's going to be selected based in part on enrollment in the course. So, if we have a full complement of 15 students, it's possible we could partner with 15 news organizations. We haven't sort of settled on that yet. It might be fewer. But we're trying to focus on Metro Boston to make it easy to manage the first time around before we start expanding it further afield. So I would say Acton, you know, it is possible you could be in on the first round, but I can't commit to it yet. Yeah. We want our students to be published in as many places as possible, as often as possible. So assuming the student interest is there, I have a hard time envisioning that we would say no to anybody, honestly.
My name is Chris Veronin. I'm actually, I think, a graduate of the second cohort of the State House program, which probably nothing had a bigger impact. I mean, really taught us how to hit the ground running. And I now run the Boston Institute for Nonprofit Journalism. And we don't do this much catered reporting, but we do run a wire, a student-run wire. So my question to you was, is there going to be like a clearinghouse of the stories? Are they only for these organizations? Because a lot of our pickup comes from, let's say, you know, we do a really local or even regional story about like police surveillance, but then there's all these surveillance blogs, you know, Substacks that sometimes add up to hundreds of thousands of more eyeballs. So I was just wondering what the kind of plan for that, and also is the State House program folded into some kind of wire service, or is some of this stuff going to be available like that in addition to just being done specifically for an organization?
We started to talk about some of that, but not all of it. The State House program will probably be coordinating with this program as early as next fall. We just haven't, Jerry and I have started conversations about this. We've talked about it a few times, but we need to talk about it more, figure out exactly how that's going to work. We're envisioning this less as a wire service and clearinghouse as we are tailoring it to the needs of the various news organizations. But there are also going to be stories that have a regional interest and maybe deeper enterprise stories that could absolutely come through this newsroom. And as that happens, we'll figure out how we can widen the distribution, because we want student journalism to get exposure. So maybe there's a way we can have that conversation as this thing moves along. It sounds like I'm giving a lot of I don't know answers, but that's because I don't know. And we're building it. I've only been at this 2 months, and next semester is when we're going to really figure out how to work this thing. We probably have time for 1 or 2 maybe more questions.
Hi there. This is just more of a comment than anything, and probably not applicable to the first semester, but maybe later on. I, just in my ideal world of creating journalism, would love to be able to take the long form piece of journalism that I've created and break it down into micro content for different platforms, video, you know, vertical video, short form video, and text snippets and all of that stuff. So it would be really cool if there was a way to create that journalism and package it all together so that the media organization has all of the assets.
Yep, cool idea. One more question?
Nope. Oh, pardon. How will the newsrooms know when they're going to get a story? I guess, how are the deadlines going to be set? You know, some stories take a long time. Other stories, if you went and covered a football game, we'd like the story on Monday. How's that going to work?
So if you need breaking news and the student is on it, you're going to get it as quickly as possible. The way you'll know when you're getting a story is basically it's through one-on-one conversation. Me and the editor of your organization will be, you know, we're not gonna surprise you by dropping stories on you didn't ask for. and we're not going to take forever to do a story that you thought should only take 3 or 4 days. So it won't be surprise. It will be regular communication, maybe a weekly email just to say, hey, here's that story. The story that you wanted is coming along, and we should have it by Thursday, something like that. There'll be regular communication, and if there's not, ping me, because you've dropped off my radar for some reason, which I don't intend to happen. And I'm pretty good about responding to emails quickly. I'm sort of neurotic about getting you a reply right away, and it's unusual for you to send me an email at 7 o'clock at night and I didn't reply till 10 o'clock the next morning. I'm usually faster than that, so don't be shy about reaching out. Thank you all for a good conversation, and we're going to take another break, but we will be back at 1:15. Not only will a lot of them won't do it, they'll do it all the way.
I did take a call with the USA Today. They're like, is Trump in a pardon position and stuff? I'm like, yes, he is. Like, get ready for it. Yeah, it's crazy. But no, it's the one that's presenting
Oh, yeah. You're out of time. Yeah, so for me, second half of Tuesday, anytime Wednesday, or Thursday morning. And that's for the rest of the semester. So you and Ellen figure out what my good day is.
And you'll respond right away.
Within seconds.
For something this important.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Right. I'm so glad I decided to do Yeah, I'll be in the newsroom, by the way, so I think I mentioned WB, but I didn't want to announce that because I don't think WBR is turned their
You're taking space there?
They're giving us like a little weird, but we'll be even closer to you if we're at WBUR.
I think that technically, the ComEd sidewalk there is Boston, but BUR is excellent.
Is that right? That's funny.
That's great. No, it's really exciting. It should be air it out stories.
Oh, the only day that doesn't work for, by the way, is next Wednesday. I think it's next Wednesday. I'm having lunch with you.
Oh, wow. How do you do it?
I think she's still doing some work on it. She's really good job.
Yes, you got me. There's something opening in Dana-Farber.
Oh, that's newer than last
This is
time.
months ago.
Oh, okay.
But it was on, so after, so I left the globe and I worked for an advocacy organization for high quality city education.
Yeah.
And then I went and did basic media relations, the African American public work,
I might have been, I don't know.
Dana-Farber Boston. The job that she was doing that, like the fundraising side of Dana-Farber, and I
know nothing about that work.
Okay, so, but you can't do it.
I think it's next Wednesday. That's the only day I can't do. But otherwise, second half of Tuesday, all of Wednesday, Thursday morning. Any of that is typically good for me. When the semester ends, the first week of December is the end of the semester, so I can't, after the first week of December, I'm back home.
Right.
Okay. All right, cool. Hi, Ann.
Andrew.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Welcome.
Thanks.
So exciting. We're thrilled. One quick thing, is it an impediment that if you don't have an actual newsroom and your students?
No, they're going to work in our newsroom. So a lot of the organizations we're working with are like one-person operations out of somebody's bedroom. So no, not at all. In fact, they don't need to ever go to your newsroom for work, even if you had a newsroom, because they're going to be working in our newsroom. And the idea is it's not an internship, so you don't have to supervise this. I'm going to do that for you and give you stories that should be ready to go.
Seems pretty ideal.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, we'll see if it works. It's brand new.
Yeah, no, it's very, very exciting.
So I'm hoping next year we can broaden beyond Metro Boston. There's interest everywhere. Plymouth wants to work with us. Marblehead, even organizations.
Well, Swapska does too.
I know.
We haven't started publishing yet, but we're hoping to start
Stay in
after
touch.
the first
You
of
have
the
my
year.
email, so
I do. I did send an email though.
Matt, do you want the center square? Do you care?
Saying I'm interested in this.
Okay. Yeah, stay in touch.
I was going to reference that. Is there a way to keep that or have that come back to us? Or? I don't know. I'll see. Yeah? I'll ask.
That's just a map of
What's the Medill study back up? Is there a chance to put that website of the Medill study back up?
Yeah.
Okay. Or should I ask the tech guy? Because I was going to reference the same thing. And
Oh, it's right here. It's just,
if
you could figure out how to get that on the screen, just go.
All right. Can I ask that
Yeah.
that gentleman?
Yeah.
Okay.
And when you're ready to roll, I'll introduce you guys.
All right. That sounds great. It's not a slide. It's just that they can put it up whenever they want. But I was just going to reference it once Steve puts it. Oh, well, that's okay.
Now you both put glasses on. This is too much. Yeah. I know.
We just need to put it up.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. We didn't know we were going to do this.
I didn't know he was going to do it. If we just put it over here, is that good? Yeah. If you just want to like drop it down to the bottom, can you just drop it and I can pull it up, or like? Leave it. I'll just show it when I want to.
Sure, we can drop it down and then.
Where is it on the screen?
Well, it's over there.
Oh, it's on the screen
Yes.
itself.
Right.
Yeah, so just put it up.
Just put it up on full screen and I'll just talk about it.
Just keep it up there. There's no other slides, so.
And there's no one on Zoom, so you're not like,
Yeah.
thanks, perfect.
But if you want to scroll, you can just scroll.
Let's come over and scroll.
Yep. The 2 fingers on the Mac thing, you know it. Yeah, okay.
I noticed that the map of startups in the past year was like nothing in California.
You should ask if there's anybody willing to expand to the West Coast.
I mean, we have this new AJ
Okay, we're going to get started with our next panel.
We are running a little bit behind. So Joe, we are running slightly behind now.
Shorter's better for me.
All right, if you could all take your seats, we're going to get started.
I'm good too.
messy eater. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, thanks everybody. So our next panel is going to look into the future of journalism and new research that's affecting Newsroom. So let me quickly introduce you to the panelists. First, we have Matt Pierce. Matt is a journalist in Los Angeles and president and a founding officer of the Media Guild of the West, a rapidly growing union of the News Guild CWA that represents journalists in Southern California, Arizona, and Texas. He has advocated for public policies to support and create local journalism jobs, including requiring big tech companies to pay back some of the profits that they make off of local newsrooms. Matt was a longtime reporter for the LA Times covering national news, politics, and culture, and he's a graduate of the University of Missouri. Next we have Anthony Ronzio. Tony or Anthony? Which one do you want? Okay, I've known Tony for years. Tony recently became the Director of Communications for the National Trust for Local News, a fairly new nonprofit dedicated to preserving local journalism. Last year, the Trust, by the way, acquired almost all of the daily newspapers in Maine, as well as 17 of its weeklies. Tony has been an editor and news executive in Maine, including at some of the newspapers now owned by the National Trust. Most recently, he served in leadership communication roles with the state of Maine's Office of Innovation in the Future and with Colby College. Tony's a graduate of the Newhouse School of Public Communications at Syracuse University. And Professor Joan Donovan is going to moderate this panel as well.
Hey, everybody. Clap for us, please. Please clap. I need it. We thought it would be fun to have a little bit of a panel, I guess because I'm an educator. I was like, what's new about journalism? And of course, I didn't want to sit up here on high and tell you everything AI is doing, because I don't think AI is the future of anything, to be honest with you, except for maybe commerce. But we are living through a hope and hype cycle around, new technologies revolutionizing everything. And the last 10 years, the experiment with social media did not go so well for journalism. And so I've been putting together a podcast series called Control Shift, of which Matt is one of the participants, as well as Elizabeth, who also works at the National Trust, alongside other folks like Juan Gonzalez, Astra Taylor, Cory Doctorow, Jason Kobler, Astra Taylor, I think I said that, as well as people from the organization that do freelance solidarity projects. So what I've been trying to think through and understand are, what is the problem that social media has brought us to? What is the nature of the crisis? What are people doing about it? How are people thinking in new ways about business models, about organizing newsrooms, about protecting journalists as we think about this technological revolution that we're all going through? And so some of the things that we've been discovering are really interesting. There's a whole bunch of new upstart, quote unquote, indie journalism. Like indie is an INDI, like indie music. So, they're using platforms like Ghost, or Substack, and using technologies like Signal, which is an encrypted chat app, to launch their own newsrooms. And we see folks like 404 Media or Defector Media really having success in building off of this idea of being a small but tight single subject newsroom. And so that to me has been very interesting to watch. But the other things that we've been exploring are around unionization and why we might want to return to unionization as a way to protect journalists in this time of media upstarts and buyouts. And then also thinking about the role of nonprofit newsrooms and what does it mean to be a nonprofit newsroom in a moment like this, where, you know, just last week we're having this big dust up about, I'm sorry, when I speak I tend to, you know, rattle the walls. So, but, you know, there was this big dust up about institutional neutrality. You know, we saw the Washington Post, the LA Times take a step back from endorsing political candidates. But in nonprofit newsrooms, that's part of the mandate, right? And so how does being a nonprofit newsroom sometimes hem you into a certain kind of political positioning that maybe might not be advantageous for your newsroom or might not be advantageous for building trust? So it's important that we also criticize and think about these new conditions. And then the last new condition that we're really exploring is this idea that everyone is a journal-ish, right? So you have these beautiful technologies at your fingertips. You can publish to millions of people in high definition video on the spot, pretty much ubiquitously. But what does it mean to give the tools of journalism to everyone without giving them the ethics and the moral principles of what it means to put information into the public sphere and to reach audiences with it? Right? What's important about journalism isn't just that we put things out, but that we have a culture. We have professional standards. There is this thing called fact-checking, which separates journalists from people who are journalish. And so I think here at BU, one of the things that I want to explore over the next few years is, well, how do we get more people attuned to the ethics and professionalization of journalism now that they are performing random acts of journalism as part of their everyday experience. But I'm so happy to be here with these folks and talking about these issues. And some of the things that I think are going to help us frame a discussion are around, well, what are the tensions going on here about journalism and social media? And in particular, information is fast and cheap, but knowledge is slow and expensive. And we have a right to truth. You don't know this, but even in the UN and all of these international charters, we have a right to the truth. That means when you Google things like, did the Holocaust happen? You get actual information about the Holocaust and not just whatever is fresh and relevant, which tends to be, you know, people who go online every day to say the Holocaust didn't happen. None of us are going online every day and saying, yes, the Holocaust happened and vaccines are effective, right? So a lot of things that we end up seeing online are an effect of these kind of advocacy for a particular set of worldviews, which brings me back to this idea that truth is a human process, right? And as a result, we're not going to get truth out of building more and more technological systems that demarcate, you know, where something came from or provenance. And I just don't believe in anything other than truth being something that is negotiated and comes from investigation, particularly the meshing of investigative reporting and styles of investigative reporting and broader acts of redundancy. That is, many people have to discover the same truth. And then the last thing I'll say is about what I think news is in this moment. And I think news is talk. Timely, accurate, local knowledge. So when people want the news, they want real talk, timely, accurate, local knowledge. And the reason why partisan media has been so successful over the years is because they've been able to piggyback politics into the need for real talk. So we might go online or we might buy a paper because we want the news every day, except for the Irish. The Irish only want the news on Sundays. They want it all at once. But for the most people, they go back to the internet, they go back to all of these other places because they want some semblance of knowing what's happening in the world in their role within it. And what partisan media has been able to do very effectively is take the mechanisms of social media that often circulate what is novel and outrageous, and they make it part of the business model of spreading partisan information. And so that's some of the new research that I've been diving into, but I would love to hear a little bit from you, Matt, about what is your background and why do you think about, why did you end up moving from being a journalist into thinking more in-depthly about unions and policy?
So, hi everyone. So great to be here and to see all the work that you're doing. So I was a longtime reporter for the Los Angeles Times, a very storied and extremely troubled institution that I've spent almost all of my career at. And we unionized the LA Times in 2017 when it was owned by Tronc, which was sort of this heinous and cartoonishly evil private equity chain that was both the successor and predecessor to Tribune Publishing. And it was really just like a wave of realizations for me because I had spent all of my years at the LA Times before then just really focused on the reporting and trying to do good work, and was on the national desk and learning my craft from all these wonderful journalists around me and connecting with the public. And I was also on social media a lot during the 2010s when that was a really big deal for a lot of news organizations. And then over time, as we had more and more sort of labor level fights with our own management at the company and why isn't there money for raises? Why are there layoffs happening? Why is traffic doing poorly? There's a lot of sort of company level and management level problems tied up with that, as there always is. But the thing that I felt like I was also learning is that when we have conferences like these where people are getting together and talking about the things in journalism that we can control, which is the stories that we choose, how we tell them, how we report them, are we any good at it, who to hire, all that stuff that's in our control, I became increasingly obsessed with the stuff that we've lost control over, particularly distribution, particularly advertising that used to fund a lot of the work that we did. And so over the course of the last few years, when I became the president of our Guild Local, which represents a whole sort of super regional swath of the Southwest US, there has been a ton of legislative activity in California involving over a fellowship program at UC Berkeley. It was funded with $25 million to have the university place fellows in newsrooms across the state. Interesting program. And this last year and a half, I was deeply involved in legislation to make Google and Meta pay local newsrooms for the content that they scrape from us, which is a sort of style of legislation that democracies around the world have been pursuing against these companies, basically under the aegis of anti-monopoly and antitrust policy. And so I got really in the weeds of internet policy, and we got crushed in California. Gavin Newsom, very pro-tech governor. Google won. We are going to have potentially a very large journalism fund coming out of it with maybe $100 million-ish of funding over the next 5 years, a combination of state and Google money, which my union may have a seat on the board of. So that is going to be structured like a wage subsidy for local newsrooms, but that has introduced me to all these greater problems with our journalism and the fact that, we talk about philanthropy funding journalism and trying to fill these holes in local news deserts. And then there's this whole much vaster problem with the multi-trillion-dollar companies that are standing between us and the public, standing between our good journalism and the public that we're trying to reach and trying to serve. And I could yak about this for 4 hours, but that's the stuff that I've been obsessively focused on because, as you can see from this last election and the way that the candidates were campaigning, especially Donald Trump, you could see it. And I think the Democrats may come away from this election with the same feeling that legacy media like ours, whether it's structured as a big commercial for-profit company owned by a chain, or even if it's a small nonprofit newsroom, I suspect they may come away from this whole experience looking around and looking at the public and saying, the audience isn't there anymore. the audience. It's gotten mediated by these huge tech companies. They're listening to Rogan on Spotify. They're watching local influencers on TikTok who, aren't journalists and, lather a lot of opinion and sort of conspiracy theories in what they're saying, but that's what's engaging with people. I'm worried that, coming out of this election, that policymakers and elected officials and campaigns will come away with the conclusion that they don't need us because we don't have the audience that they need to reach to get into office. And that's like an alarming development to me that ties into all these larger questions about, the political economy of how our journalism reaches people and how we pay for it, because, we can fundraise all we want, but if we're producing very expensive journalism that no one is reading, that funding goes away after a while. So those are the things that I have been obsessed with, along with going on strike against hedge funds and private equity, which we spend a lot of time doing too.
Very good, very good. Tony, can you tell me a little bit about your journey and what's happening over at the National Trust for Local News?
Sure. Thank you very much for having me. I am not Elizabeth Hansen Shapiro, if anyone hasn't noticed so far.
She does also wear glasses, though.
That's true. One thing we
All
do
of us.
we do have in common. We don't have enough time for my particular journey, but I am I think a boomerang into journalism now. So I was a newspaper editor in Maine for about 17 years. Worked at a local news startup for my first job back in Mid-Coast, Maine in 2001, and kind of worked my way up through the dailies in the state. And then, like so many people, I burned out in 2017 and I left, and I went into communications. Don't hold it against me. I know, terrible, awful. But I had the chance to work in higher ed experience. I did a lot of donor work, a lot of work in fundraising and philanthropy and fundraising campaigns. Then I went to work in politics for a little bit in our governor's office for the last 4 years, and now I'm here. And I'm taking everything I've learned from my descent into communications and trying to bring it back for the benefit of journalism. So hopefully that will redeem my soul in the world to come. I work now for the National Trust for Local News, as Steve mentioned. We're among the nation's largest nonprofit newspaper owners. We have 64 titles now across 3 states, focusing on rural areas. We have Colorado, Georgia, and Maine. I asked Steve if I could steal his presentation of this report, because I was going to cite this, because we look at this report in the same way and see all the bad news of what's happening in the local news industry around the country, but we also see our reason for being and our reason for continuing to move very quickly to try to build a durable new model of local news around the country. This study, as I was going to point out, there are over 1,500 counties with only one source of local news remaining. So they're on the precipice of becoming a news desert. There are 200 or so that have none. And there are 55 million people that live in those 1,500 counties. And part of what the National Trust for Local News wants to do is look at those counties and look at those last remaining sources of news, which are most often a community newspaper, and say, how can we save it? How can we preserve it? How can we sustain it? What is the model that works in that part of the world, that part of our country, that can keep that local newspaper alive and thriving and reporting? Because we feel, and I think this is something that's bearing out, something that Matt said, like without these local boots on the ground, without these reporters working, we fear what could replace them. It could be, in a perfect world, it is, did you call it journalish? Journalish. In a perfect world, it's an army of citizen journalists, doing the work that disappeared. In a great world, it's a local news startup filled with great people trying to do what's right by their community. In this world, it's more often something that looks more like your local Facebook group or something like that becomes the news purveyor of the community, and that's not trustworthy, that's not accurate, and that's not good for our democracy or good for our communities. If I can be allowed a quick personal story. And Steve knows this too. I live in Lewiston, Maine, which was where the site of a mass shooting last year. And I was in lockdown with my daughter for 72 hours. And when the world comes to your town to report on it, you need your local newspaper to tell you what's right. And so that was part of my journey back into this business and part of my eye-opening thing to say, like, if I didn't know that the local editors and reporters that I used to work with were on the ground telling me what was going on, I could not sort through the cacophony of information that was trying to tell me what was happening about the tragedy in my own hometown. And so, to me, that was the great value of local journalism in one example. But to get to your point about cutting through misinformation, cutting through disinfo, we have the Georgia Trust for Local News is our newspaper group in central middle Georgia. It runs in between Macon and Dublin, which are places that maybe no one has heard of. But they got Hurricane Helene this year, cut right through them on the way to Asheville, North Carolina. And these are newspapers that became part of our trust about a year or so ago. And they are in rural communities, they're in poor communities. They didn't have websites when we purchased them. They didn't have email newsletters. They didn't have social media accounts. They had a printing press and a distribution, and that's what they had done since the 1880s. Hurricane Helene comes through, and they lose power. Their printing press goes dark. There's no way for this news organization to inform its community about what it needs to do. But because we'd purchased them, because we had done the investments in them with a great company called IndieGraph, which you should look up, that does a lot of news CMS for startups. They had websites for the first time. They had email newsletters for the first time. They had text messaging for the first time. And they were able to continue to keep up and running throughout a devastating natural disaster that was unlike any in memory for that place. And so part of our raison d'etre is like, these news organizations, at whatever level of their life cycle they are, whether they are the same newspaper from 1880 that's just putting out the same newspaper in the same way, or whether they are startups doing something different, or whether anything, we need to be able to sustain them. We need to be able to invest in them in a way that makes them modern and to be able to combat the forces that are trying to undercut them. And when a disaster hits your community, when they are needed most, we want to make sure they are strong and able to respond and able to do the job that they've been doing for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Well, that's compelling, but also really scary. But yeah, let me ask a little bit more in depth of the nuts and bolts of the National Trust, which is to say that what is the structure there when you say that National Trust for Local News acquired or purchased? Like, does that mean that the people who own it, what happens to them?
Well, we purchase the businesses.
Okay.
Right? So, I am not an expert in mergers and acquisition. If you would like to talk about that with some of my colleagues, they will be more than happy. I tend to zone out. But these are for-profit businesses that get purchased by a nonprofit. They become public benefit corporations, which have all kinds of ways to be able to accept philanthropy and accept donations. The National Trust fundraises to support the efforts of those organizations. So, for example, in Georgia, a successful fundraising effort, we started a newspaper in Macon, Georgia, called the Macon Melody. It's a new weekly, and it's there because the Legacy Daily in that market was going downhill so fast that there was the appetite and the desire to prevent it from becoming possibly a news desert.
So in a way, it sounds somewhat like a combined, you go into a partnership together with the National Trust for Local News and benefit from being part of that network, as well as are able to serve in a much more diverse way the local community. Like, National Trust doesn't just come in and they're like, man, we own Macon now. That was my cat. That's how my cat takes over.
I don't think we did that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, to be fair, the National Trust for Local News, there's 14 of us. So there's not a huge corporate or, organization to bring to bear. Like, we are there to raise money, help these news organizations thrive, give them the tools they need to succeed, and save as many as we can.
Well, the reason why I posed it that way, because Matt, you've seen this time and time again where news organizations are ambling and then they get bought up by some corporation and they get slowly whittled down to nothing. What is it that the Media Guild provides in terms of its membership that a group like this would want to know about?
I mean, we're just a labor union. We negotiate over wages and working conditions just at the basic level for the journalists who work at those sorts of newsrooms. And so, like, what we normally see is in the corporate context where there's a chain that comes in and buys an organization. As an alumni of the LA Times, like, one of the things that we talk about a lot is, like, if our kooky billionaire owner who's keeping the place afloat gets bored and sells us, our most likely acquirer is Alden Global Capital's Southern California News Group, which is the biggest chain in the region. And, the thing is like, when we're in a sort of fundamentally shaky sector with some really suspect business models, that means that there's a lot of, like, rational reasons for consolidating and joining a large organization. Like, why do we all need 10 HR departments? Why do we all need, 10 payroll people? Wouldn't it be cheaper if we just had one of those for a lot of different people? And especially if there's good management, et cetera, et cetera. This is the case for, rolling places up. For the journalists, what consolidation often means is layoffs, and so that's one of the things that we're anxious about. And so we're always, like, curious to know about when there's an acquisition and, like, are jobs going to be lost? Are the journalists going to get cut? Because I can tell you for, like, the LA Times, again, specifically, like, the first thing that would happen if we got acquired by somebody is that there would almost certainly be a gigantic layoff, because we're so in the hole and our billionaire is subsidizing us so much. Still using the us, we pronouns about my beloved home newspaper. But, the first thing that would happen is a big layoff, because no one can replace that money. So that's the really basic concern. And that's part of the reason why I think about the public policy aspect of this so much, is because there are ways of growing and developing news businesses that can be helpful for creating jobs. Mergers and acquisitions, I don't think the first thing you want to have happen is, getting less journalism on the other side of it rather than more. And less is usually what we see when it's a, hedge fund or private equity coming in. And there can be reasons to be part of a larger company because the pay is better, et cetera, et cetera. But the other thing that I really do to help support this stuff is basically fundraise at knife point by going after big tech companies to make them pay for journalism. So it's a different kind of philanthropy from the labor side.
Yeah, and if you want to talk to Matt more about that, he was very instrumental in making sure that some of the policy, usually when you get policy in California, it becomes a model for the nation. And so it's very important that someone like him is in California, at least keeping an eye on things, if he isn't able to, use his two hands to stop the sort of technological takeover of news.
And can I plug something here, which is that these next couple or 4 years in particular might be a very, very busy time for journalism, public policy at the state level. Across the US, in this beautiful country of ours, we have federalism, and so states can either be laboratories for tyranny or laboratories for liberty. I'm hoping it's the latter in this instance, and so places like New England, you may see a lot of interest from your state legislatures to do something to help out newsrooms like yours. Just one of the challenges that we face as an industry is that, like, we are not pros at politics despite covering it all the time. And we also do not agree with each other on what the fundamental problems of journalism often even are, which makes coalition building extremely challenging. But if you can do it and build a coalition and have some great ideas for how you can support your local newsrooms, you will find lawmakers who are interested in building up jobs in your local communities and bringing information back and helping build back those main streets. That is something that is very attractive to public officials if they have the right motives, and they may not always have the right motives.
It's a good point, and I think our next presentation from Brooke Williams is going to help us understand how to look into public records and whatnot. So we have time for maybe one or two questions. Anyone right here in the front?
Kristen Wainwright, Cambridge News. Question for you. The newspapers you bought, how do you value them, and what have you generally paid for them?
I don't know.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Yeah.
All right. Quick question.
Oh, okay.
All businesses are valued on a multiple of their earning or the multiple of their assets. So it's mathematics.
We've got
With the
someone.
dollar sign in front.
Mhm.
This is more of a comment to the room. If there's anybody who's interested in having conversations about how we might talk together about talking with Massachusetts as in what role the state might be able to play in some of the conversations and questions and thoughts that have come up, I'd be interested in having that conversation. I'm in the role of a board president, and I'm also interested in networking with other board presidents just to kind of, peer support.
Say your name.
Sorry, Mary Helen Gunn with Acton Exchange.
Very good. I know it's painful to realize that not only are you journalist, fundraiser, webmaster, but also now you have to take on the state and tech companies in order to keep the lights on. But I do think that it's important that we think not just about the conditions under which we create journalism, but also the state of play that we can participate in order to get policies passed, in order to put on the radar of politicians what's important, as well as to bring this model of nonprofit journalism to the fore, right? One of the things that nonprofit journalism protects us against is, CEOs showing up, hanging out for 2 years and cutting all the staff and going and, living a lavish life. So we want to be able to protect the organization and the sanctity of the organization from some of these venture capitalists and vultures that have become somewhat notorious for doing this time and time again. So as you think about what kind of policies have been successful in other places, I'm also happy to work on thinking about public policy in the context of Massachusetts. I think we have a really great slate of legislators that care a lot about how people get their news, especially because of the political context in which we live, and how important timely, accurate local knowledge is to every one of us. So with that, I will say thank you to my panelists and really appreciate y'all.
It's been a pleasure.
We're going to talk about public records. Our next speaker is Professor Brooke Williams, who is a member of our faculty here at BU. She's an associate professor of computational journalism and an investigative reporter who specializes in data journalism. Her work has contributed to a Pulitzer Prize for Investigative Reporting, a George Polk Award, and a Gerald Loeb Award, among many others. And if you know journalism prizes, those are the three big ones. As a contributor to the New York Times, she co-authored and built the database behind a series of major investigations into think tanks, foreign governments, corporations, and influence. As a reporter at the Center for Public Integrity, Brooke was on the team that produced Windfalls of War, an award-winning investigation into defense contracts in Iraq and Afghanistan. Earlier in her career, she worked as an investigative reporter at the San Diego Union Tribune, where her collaborative investigations into wildfire cleanup, city finances, and other issues had a lasting impact. All yours, Brooke.
All right. Thank you so much, Steve. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Hi. It's great to be here. Good to see you all. I'm talking about public records today. And a class that is happening right now up the street. My lovely TA is taking over for me. They are requesting records as a part of the class all semester. And so Steve came to visit one day. We talk a lot about this stuff all day. Anyway, I'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to be going over just general strategies to overcome government agencies not wanting to turn over records, ideas for what to think about getting, what you do have access to and what you don't have access to. Could you just throw up a hand if you've have a reporter who's done it or you have personally filed a records request? Okay, all right, so yeah, all right, amazing. Hi, good to see you. Hey, okay, so awesome, great. Right here, this is in response to a request for DEA wiretapping policies. So rest assured, it's cool with the founding fathers. You just can't know what it's called. It's a redaction, so the B7E is, I think, national security. So they're saying that we'll give you this. This is a slide we have on wiretapping policies, but we're not going to tell you what it's called. There's my contact info if you need it. I'll put it up again. FOIA humor, we call it FOIA. It's like Googling, FOIA-ing. Requesting public records is FOIA-ing. So FOIA humor is like great humor, honestly. So if you're looking for a chuckle in the morning, I have a website for you. This was in response to I have to I really want to know, but right here. This is in response to NSA talking points, and the last one was DEA wiretapping policies. So they're sobering findings. These are all redactions. Super sobering findings. This is great. This is in response, like, not all FOIAs have to be super serious, you know? You could just have an idea like, I wonder what people complain about in Amtrak lounge cars. But why? What could they possibly be saying here? Okay, so... All right, so FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, is a federal law, okay, and it applies to everyone except for the agency that created it, Congress, okay? They exempted themselves and the courts, okay? So you can get stuff from the executive branch, the agencies, you can even get stuff from the White House, you can request your own FBI file if you have one, and other people's who are not with us anymore. But generally speaking, it's mostly like federal agencies. You're not gonna get things from the court or Congress. Lyndon B. Johnson signed this into law. It had been a thing since the 40s, but in '66 is sort of when it became the spirit of what we have now. The idea has been for a long time that the government's, like the public business, is open to the public. State public records laws vary wildly. I have a class right now, we're doing public records requests in like the 30 biggest cities, and it's just absolutely nuts how different it is in every single place. These are like the main ways that they're different. How quickly you're gonna get the records, how they're able to tell you, well, you have to wait 20 days, or it's gonna take us a long time to do this, like the wiggle room they have in terms of like how long they get back to you and what they're able to say. And so if you wanna read up on like different states or your state or whatever, there's a couple links here, and these slides are all yours. They're just online, you can have them. Those are like the best places to go. Generally speaking, FOIA is like, the government is open for you to just walk in, right? There's actually a gate in San Diego City Hall that, I mean, it's not, I shouldn't be proud of this, but like they wanted to like name it after me and my colleague Danielle Cervantes, because we went and we sat in there and we said, we wanna see your city checks. We wanna see, we know that you wrote a check for $500,000 for a pergola. And I didn't know what a pergola was at the time. I looked it up and I thought, that's not worth $500,000. I was just sort of looking through the city's finances, right, seeing what might be amiss. And I wanted a copy of the check for this pergola. And I knew it was a public record, and we went, and the California public records law is very strong, and we sat in that office, and we ended up like, they called the security on us because we saw that where the checks were, we were told where they were, and we said we want them right there, and they didn't want to give it to us. But it ended up being ruled in our favor, and we did get the check, and they were trying to hide it. They were building like a famous basketball player, I will not name him, a pergola near his house. Yeah. Okay, so in other words, it's very empowering to like stand behind the idea that this is all like, it's public records. Even if it's on your personal phone, if it's the public's business, it's public records, right? It's pretty radical, and like I'm currently asking for stuff that's on personal phones, and I don't think I'm getting it, but we're trying. Okay, so it's a presumption of openness, and then generally speaking with these requests, you actually have to ask for specific records. You can't ask questions. Okay, so you're not a customer, right? They're doing their job, you're doing your job, similar to just a press secretary. And there's a lot of case law out there. So if you're not into reading cases and stuff like that, go back to those links and call the Reporters Committee for a Free Press or one of the organizations that kind of puts it all together. Every government record is subject to FOIA, okay? Whether you're gonna get it, you might get everything but one word, you don't know. Whether or not, sometimes they can't say we can neither deny nor confirm the existence of a record, right? Other times they'll say yes, but it's all redacted. You have to check the law and see what are they allowed to withhold from you, right? Usually they say national security, and they say law enforcement. Now, something to note for those of you who are like really into this, especially, there is a case, BARTCO, it's B-A-R-T-K-O, and that is a recent case, and I'm really excited about it because they say that if you're not an actual like police, agency, if you're not real law enforcement, if you're like the auditors or like people sitting at a desk doing law enforcement, you don't count as that exemption. And so now I'm getting a bunch of records from agencies that are like the auditing agencies, like the Office of Professional Responsibility, places like that that sort of oversee federal agencies. They can no longer say, well, all our investigations are exempt. Now because of this ruling, they can't do that anymore. They're not considered law enforcement. So in other words, reading up on all the case law can be very helpful in getting stuff. And now I'm getting a bunch of records that I never thought I would get because I was paying attention to what was kind of coming through. You have to specify what you want. So when I was working on with Eric Lipton at the New York Times, we wanted to see how government officials were communicating with, let's say, Exxon and a certain think tank, right? We were able to do that by figuring out who in the Department of Energy to get the emails from. We couldn't say, we want anyone in the Department of Energy who's emailed with Exxon and the Atlantic Council think tank between these two dates. That's way too much, right? It really need to be very specific. And so we had to do a lot of homework first and say, okay, this is the man who was at all the events. This is definitely the person that we need to ask for the emails to see all the communication between the government and the companies, or the government and the think tank, right? So you want to like do your homework and be as specific as possible, which many of you are probably thinking, then people know that that's what I'm asking for, and that is something that is true. And FOIA logs, so like you can request a log of what everyone else has requested. It is like what your request in itself is public. Okay, so, and then the standard, I mean, it's really just, it's so simple. It's everything's presumed to be public. They have to prove an exemption, and they have to be able to search for it, and then find it, right? So if I've asked for emails, and they've proven to me that they literally can't search their emails, and then I've had to find another way, just because their system was so bad or whatever, right? So they really have to be able to execute the search. So when you're thinking about what to request, I feel like what records created when just leads to just so many story ideas. I love giving this to like teams of reporters, teams of students, as like an exercise in thinking about what to look at as story ideas. So like, you know, we'd prefer to get it like before the bridge collapses, but like what records created when a bridge collapses would be one, or like what records created when, you know, a firearms discharge that was previously a part of a crime. Is that even noted somewhere? I don't know. What did you say?
Or, you know, when a bridge is surveyed, for example.
Right. Yeah, excellent. So what records created when they're surveyed? We'll get it before it collapses. Yeah, so I think that that's a really good one to just like keep in the forefront. And then I love, communication is the best. I love requesting emails. I know a reporter once who got a voicemail. They got a tip that it existed. You know, like they didn't just ask for it and they receive it, they knew it existed, but they got it. And I've gotten like handwritten notes for meetings. It's pretty cool. Okay, there's a website, Muckrock. Am I online? I'm gonna check. I'm not going to. I'm gonna keep doing what I was doing. If you go to Muckrock, say it again?
If you want to
can you
call up what you want to call up.
I'm good. You can just
You
put it
don't
back.
want to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you go to Muckrock, it's intuitive. I don't really need to demo it for you, but just know, like, you could search for me and you can see that I totally failed at requesting the weapons inventories of police departments in Massachusetts. It's just a really failed effort. But it's if you can embargo your request via Muckrock, but it's all public. So I don't file my own requests with any sort of service. I do them like on the phone. I think it's really important to develop a relationship with the agency, with the people who are on the ground, with the person in front of the computer who's going to be pulling the data. And we'll get into that. But that's why I don't really use Muckrock for filing requests. However, I go on there for story ideas all the time. And lots of other people do file requests using Muckrock, and you can see them. You can also find out, like, I wonder how, like, the Boston Transportation Department responds to requests. Let me go see Muckrock and check out, like, who's responding and what's their vibe, right? So you can really find a lot on there. And they do, like, funny FOIA days where everyone posts, like, the funniest records they've gotten and stuff like that. Okay, so communication, these are just some other things that you can ask for. I love asking for, like, internal policies. And like, I know, right? The reason why, you'll see why, because if you're very specific and you know, like, what my friend likes to call the birthing circumstance of the document, it's usually in the policy, and if you have that, then they can't say they don't have it. You know, you could be like, no, this right here, this policy says that you must, right? So, yeah, so all these really boring documents can actually be gems. And you can actually find that they do need to keep a list of elevators that have, missed whatever. Or they do need to, they are auditing the Department of Child and Family Services foster homes after all, right? They're supposed to be. So these types of things, when I first start working in an area or like anything like that, a beat kind of thing, I really do ask for all that boring stuff. I ask for all those policies. This is the first thing I request, right? Students ask me, like, what should I request? Get their policies and procedures, like, see what it is they have and then request it, right? Okay, so it's really, really important to, like, know their dog's name. You want to be like, hey, how was your snowboarding trip? How's your ankle doing? Yeah, how are my records, by the way? Yeah, for sure. Like, you want to know their name. Like, ideally, you have a rapport. Maybe you guys are mad at each other on some days. Maybe you get along on other days. It's good. You know that they're trying to get the records. Hopefully, they're probably caught up in a system that doesn't quite work, trying to get the records. And you're hopefully going to receive them. If you can't, the relationship becomes adversarial pretty quickly, and it goes pretty quickly to court, So it's a pretty fast road. You want to, in order to go to court, I had a group of students who actually succeeded in keeping a FOIA log that was strong enough to take it to court. So they were doing a story for the Boston Globe, and we were trying to get grievances from prisoners, okay? And they did not want to turn these grievances over, and they were trying to charge us like $50,000 and all this other stuff. And so we ended up sending them a strongly worded letter from the Boston Globe attorney. And I remember I was in my office and the Boston Globe attorney's like, hey, I need the FOIA log. And I looked at the students and I'm like, okay, this is the moment. Like, what do you have? And they had everything. They had every date and every time and every mode of communication and every note, whether they'd left a voicemail, what they said on the voicemail if they did, everything. And we got the records, which is great, for just $1,000, just. And they only, out of 1,500 grievances that prisoners had filed, they only ruled in favor of the prisoner 9 times, and none of them were anything violent or abuse related. They were all things like, I didn't get gluten-free bread or something. And I have celiac, I care about that, but like, it was all very, yeah, it was really sad. Okay, so sometimes the process of trying to find the story becomes a story, and it can be really fun. So I'll tell you about La Jolla, California. Does anyone know La Jolla? Yeah, okay, so it's like super fancy, right? And you have a view of the ocean, and it's just like It's where there's a bunch of seals. And there used to be a children's pool there in the 50s, and the kids used to play and be happy, right? And then the seals took over, and they played, and they were happy. And then, like, people came and wanted to scare the seals away so the children could come back, and other people wanted to save the seals. A big deal. So the city decided they were going to take a loudspeaker and play the sound of barking dogs to scare the seals away so the kids can come back and it could be a children's pool again. And the environmental reporter, I was an investigative reporter, and he was sitting over here, and I heard him over and over. He's like, just tell me how many decibels. Oh my goodness, like, could you just say it's a number? Just give me a number. And he just couldn't get it. And so he got off the phone, and I'm like, let's just file a request. Like, let's just ask them for the number. And so we did. And I thought about it. I'm like, you know, they don't want to give you this number, and us filing the request, like, what's that really doing? Like, why don't I ask for, like, all the communication about your request? Like, yeah, that's a good idea. And so that's what we did. That's what we did. And we ended up getting some gems here. So it turned out it was going to be up to 109 decibels. And we obtained that email. That was the environmental reporter, which turns out to be as loud as a rock concert, okay? Like, really loud. But when oh, sorry, that's the one I got. So I got the one that says 109. The environmental reporter, she actually removed the number from the email she sent to him. And this is what we, like, published. We published the story about this. And so this is really great. So this Pudgel is this guy that works for the mayor, and basically they had gone back and forth trying to figure out how to say everything but 109 decibels, and they said loud enough to be heard by up to 200 seals on a beach. Volume will be adjusted according to number of seals, proximity to seals, loudness of surf, direction of wind, atmosphere conditions, and other factors that will be assessed on a timely and need to freaking know basis. It's like, yes, this is great, you know? And so we got to publish that, and he sent the environmental reporter that answer minus that very last part. So, and I mentioned I had a friend who did get a voicemail. I'm pretty sure this is based on a tip, but just FYI, you can ask for voicemails. Okay, so keeping all that in mind, you want to take very, very good notes, and we call it a FOIA log. I use like a sheet, Google Sheet. You can use a Word doc, whatever it is. And you just want to keep track of, like, the dates, modes of communication, and what was said. I treat every conversation about a public record on the record. So when I first call a public records officer, they are on the record. That is how I treat it. Okay. You have to figure out what agency to go to, and at the state level, that's a little easier. At the federal level, you have to figure out, like, what division of agency, like the very specific group of people that you're looking for. And you want to make sure, you know, that it's not already available. I have filed my own requests where they're like, oh, guess what, that's online. Yeah, so definitely, like, check and make sure first, and check in Muckrock to see what other people have requested and received. Right now, I have students doing a project on the Child and Family Services here, and it turns out a lot of attorneys and advocates use Muckrock to request documents. And so there's, like, a lot of documents sitting in there that a lot of, like, I think nonprofits and attorneys and corporations use Muckrock to file requests. It's not just journalists, and a lot of, like, activists. You want to figure out, like, really, really specifically what agency has it. So at the federal level, like with the financial agencies, I mean, you have to really get into, like, the thick of, like, finding, like, the right person at the desk and help them, which can be very, very challenging. So it takes a lot of time, in other words, to file a good request at the federal level with all of the different agencies. For instance, FEMA, there's probably, you know, you probably would have to make 10 different phone calls to finally end up at, like, the one office where they could talk to you. FEMA's like really, really hard to find the one officer that has access to the specific records from your state. Yeah, they're all over the place. They're all over the place. Okay, so you always want to include, like, some language in all your requests. So any and all, you get the difference, like any one or all of them. So they can totally play tricks with you. If you just say any records, they could be like, here's one, right? Okay. And then a specific time frame, you can't be like in all time since email started. So you definitely want to have like a narrow time frame. And, you know, you can have a bargaining chip. You can be like, you know, 3 years, and then knowing you only need one, and then be like, okay, I'll narrow it to 1 year. How about that, right? And then we talked about this. You don't want like related to transportation. You want that say that mention the red line malfunction on October 3rd, right? Really specific. You can request documents in their original electronic format. I've actually received emails where it like uploaded into my Outlook and I could hit reply. It was like, whoa, you know, that was cool. So they, you know, depending on the state in particular, you can get like, you can insist on the actual electronic format that it came in. You get a waiver and you can get, you can apply for expedited processing as a member of the news media. So this, you have to look at the state laws. They're all kind of different. At the federal level, generally speaking, news media, you qualify for fee waivers. You have to say, this language is all legal language, so it's not for commercial purposes. It's going to be used for part of news gathering, and it's going to be made public. Those are the things you have to say. And then you can ask for expediting processing as well. That, I find that to be a big challenge lately. I don't know if anyone's had luck. I don't know. I find that like everything's so urgent lately that they're like, yeah, get in line. Like everyone qualifies for expedited processing. I don't know. I haven't had any luck. I don't know if anyone has lately. I used to have some luck getting expedited processing. So yeah, if you use related to, they love it. They're always searching for that phrase, because if you use related to, they can just kick it back to you immediately. Because it's truly, you're not asking for any record. It's like related to, oh, okay, you know, like that's very subjective. And then I'd like to just like thank them, you know, in my letter. So I think that's important to remember. I like to be legally, like write in legalese. I think that it helps. You know, some people don't. You know, my colleagues at the times like would send it just in like a 3-word email. I'm requesting these records, right? And it worked for him. It totally worked for him. So you find your own style, but including the law, it works. You don't have to in most states, but some states do require you cite certain things. And then you're probably going to get, you might have to fax things. You might need to create like an online fax account. Here's some examples of FOIAs that have worked, right? So see how specific it is? It has a specific date, and it has like exactly what they're looking for, the grant application specifically, right? Not any and all documents or something like that. And then here's what I mean by like the birthing circumstances, right? Like if you figure out that they have this or they're supposed to have it, you've got a story either way. They're either not doing it or they got to turn it over. And so if I can find these types of things and say, hey, this is required to be created, it's really good. And you include these in the request, right? I include like suggested search terms. I said, please don't limit your search to these terms, but here are some suggested search terms to find my records, right? And then figure out where to send it, and maybe you can go and like buy them coffee, right? They're busy. They have like, it's really hard. And it really is, like there's so many requests, there's huge backlogs. Many of the people are working from home, and they're like, I literally can't get the record. And I'm like, you literally, why I can't? Because I'm not in the office, and I don't have a key to the room, and I'm in Maryland, and you're asking for stuff in DC, and you know. So things have changed a bit in terms of how hard it actually is for them, and it actually is a little bit harder, I think, since the pandemic. Yeah, they still have to do their job, and you can still send a strongly worded letter and then appeal to the supervisor of records within the allotted time frame. It's usually 10 to 20 days, and it's in the law, in your state's law. Here in Massachusetts, it's 10 days. Federally, it's 20 days. Okay. I think that's pretty much it. I have one more funny thing to show you. I would say find the person. I used to say like the guy in the basement, but I don't know about that phrase anymore. But like find the person who is like actually working with the data. You know, an example is I was getting parking ticket data once, and it was like it was missing a bunch of space numbers, and I was trying to figure out like what was going on. And it turned into this really good story, and it was because I got a hold of the person who was dealing with the data. He was like, "Oh, you do a story about that, please, because this is just such a pain for me. You wouldn't believe how many tickets get thrown out because they never put this data, they never put it in there. You know, it's always blank." And I'm like, "Oh man, sounds really bad." And so I look, and like they're not putting the space number in, and so they're just tossing all the tickets, and like the taxpayer money is not coming in from the tickets because the people aren't putting the space number in. Which, by the way, check if you get a ticket. They might not put like the space number. Like when you're parking at a meter, they have to put not only like the street and like where, but like space number 1 or space number 2, like which space of the meter, right? And so, yeah, stuff like that. They might know, or like someone in city payroll once said, "Have you looked into like did you want like the add-ons?" And I'm like, "What add-ons?" They're like, "Oh, like if firefighters work with a ladder, they get paid extra, and like the unions negotiate these different add-ons." Yeah, totally. You know, definitely want those. So, okay, so yeah, again, it doesn't necessarily have to be serious. You might have come up with some really fun ideas, and you could just request stuff now and then share it with us. This is a request for CIA cafeteria complaints, and you know, everyone has priorities. Yeah. So, okay. Just a few more, oops. Sorry. I have just a few more resources on my last page here. And again, these slides are yours. Enjoy, and I hope this was helpful, and I think I have time for questions, I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you have time for a few questions. I wanted to add one thing, if you don't mind. In my experience, so a lot of you are working for small news organizations that are serving, in many cases, small towns. And in my experience, the smaller the town, the less experienced the people who work there are in handling public records requests. So I have so part of your job may need to be education. You may need to educate them about what they're obligated to turn over. Because in many little towns, they have no idea, and their immediate reaction is to shut down. So I have a close family relative who works for a public agency, a small town, and they had a public records request filed for some information. And this family member's boss panicked and said, "We just had a public records request filed against us." Had no idea that this was routine and required them to comply with this. So I just wanted to add that especially if you live in a small town that doesn't often get public records requests, they're not going to know what to do in many cases. And the other thing is, and Brooke touched on this, with the feds, it's pretty routine to waive a fee. But with a lot of municipalities and even some state agencies, their first reaction is not going to be to waive the fee for you. Many of them will say they're going to charge a high fee as a way to deter you from getting the information. They think you'll go away. But often, you could go back at them and say, "I'm a small news organization," or "I'm a nonprofit news organization. We don't have a budget for this. Please consider waiving the fee." My experience, more than half of the time, they do waive the fee.
If they're saying that it's going to take a lot of time because of redactions, which is the most common reason that they say in my experience, I usually just say, "Okay, walk me through this. Let's see how we can make this faster." And usually as you do that, it's very clear how to make it faster. For instance, you don't need to like print out the spreadsheet and redact column H. You can just delete it before you print it out or something like that. Yeah.
So I have a question. This is really specific, but I think one that people probably find relevant and funny too. So as we're talking about this, most of, I'm from the Waltham Times, so a lot of it is really local. We're just starting. This is the email I got from a reporter while you were speaking. He's trying to interview, I won't say the city council's name, but she said she's unable to comment or share her opinion outside of a council meeting per city law and Massachusetts law. Is this true? I'm like, my answer would be, hell no, I don't know what she's talking about. But I'm finding with like police log, there's now a private log, which is different from when I first started in community news. So a lot of my work and my work with reporters is much more like, you can talk, and how do you get these people or the police to share information that they're trying to hide, where it's not really so much this, or we need it now, like we're doing a story that we need her comment now. How do you challenge that? And first off, is this even a law now? Is this something I don't know about? And how do you say to this person, yeah, no, you're just.
File a request and get
Is
some
that really like the response? Like there's no other, is that the, like.
That does not sound right to me.
No, I know, and that's not really a Freedom of the Information Act, but I find that's kind of more the area we're in, like just how do you get these people to tell us what they should be telling us without starting off on an adversarial note, but that's
I think
kind
appealing to their sense of civic duty. Yeah, like in smaller towns and really a lot of places, if that does the trick. And also having done your homework, like enough that like they're not going to be able to pull the wool over your eyes, right? And offering, like Steve said, like you could offer, and I've even looked up like software, right, to figure out like, hey, you're having a problem like finding this stuff. Tell me what's your system called. Let me like come down and actually help, And so I think that might be something that happens, and truly like before you file a request, like just have the reporters to establish a relationship with the public records officer in the town before filing a request to begin with. And ask that person, what keeps you up at night? Get some ideas, So I think that it's ideally you really want to be on like good terms and like talking with this person a lot. And then in terms of getting them to turn over records like right now and then, that would be like, you mean like outside of any request, right? Right, yeah. Got it. Wow. Yeah. Right. Right. Maybe that's where you start talking about the law, Yeah, well, maybe that's how you get there, is you're like, actually, like, I've been reading this law, this public records law we have, and, like, we can go over how's this going to work, it sounds like it's just education, really, because I think most people want to be doing a good job. They're in the job for the right reasons and trying to do well. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Other questions?
Sam Mintz with Brookline.News. I have a question about fees and appeals. Unfortunately, my experience has not matched Steve's with the willingness to waive fees. In the town Brookline that we cover, although it does vary by department, police will give us anything. They won't charge for it, but the town sort of main office will. What is it? Would you have any advice or experience on appealing or challenging fees beyond asking them to be nice, which they haven't agreed to? And is that something that we probably need an attorney for, or is it something that we could do on our own? How time intensive is it?
So my students do this like all the time. My students win appeals by themselves, like without an attorney. So you absolutely do not need an attorney to do any of this. And usually I have start with, okay, walk me through exactly why this is costing so much money, like step by step, right? And if it comes down to redactions, you can offer to maybe tailor the request so that part isn't, part of it. With the Department of Corrections, we tailored the time frame. We made some concessions. Ultimately, if you figure out like where the records are, all the facts of the situation, and it doesn't make sense that it would cost that much money and take that much time, you put that in a strongly worded letter, and the next step is appealing, I guess, right? But basically, you just want to know like have them break it apart. What's going to take so long? Because it probably is, something in there. Yeah.
Is the request for a public record itself a public record? Yes.
Okay.
It is. And a
Um,
log, and most agencies are required to keep like a log too.
Okay. I had the bright idea to check this out a few weeks ago and went to our town, Needham, and went to the town clerk's office and I said, oh, FOIA, all the requests. And every single one of them is this request has been declared private by the town. So you don't know what to ask for. So, okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, so that makes me think it might be, the request is
I
attorney?
had it here for a second. I can give you. This is a
Might
lot
be
of fun
attorney.
watching me Google. Thanks,
They have
guys.
to
I'm
tell
sure
you
you're having a
what-
ball
what
here.
exemption.
But I think they give you the request if you file the request for them specifically.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, can I look at somebody else's? Is what I was. Yeah. So it just says this request has been marked private by the town.
I think I would ask, what's the exemption? Like, by what exemption under the law? Because under mass law, there's like only some of them, right? National security, law enforcement, privacy of individuals, corporate secret type stuff, corporate trading stuff, and that's pretty much it. Yeah.
I was gonna. So, hello, over here. Hi. Well, one thing is, we like to send a birthday cake when they turn 12 months old. A FOIA request, but so even though we're from all these different cities and towns, right? But we have a common enemy a lot of the time, and that's of course the Massachusetts Municipal Association, which, it's the dues come from taxpayer money, and they fight against transparency. How that's even legal in the first place, I have no idea. But beyond that, I was wondering if you have any advice for when their law firm, anybody who's ever filed FOIAs with like 10, 12, 15, 100 plus municipalities knows you're going to hear back from, what are they, JL, whatever they are. Any advice on how to break down somebody in that coalition? Go after one particular city and town they have a better relationship with, but when that wall comes up, it's often very hard to fight.
So I'm not sure I understand that they get together.
Yeah, I mean, they all have, they basically go running to the MMA when there's something that a lot of them are facing, and it comes up in their meetings. And we get the same, it's basically the same form letter from the attorney on the letterhead of, 25 different towns.
Right. Yeah, that's happened to me before, where they all talk and they all, yeah. It becomes challenging because you can't use them against each other, which could be helpful sometimes. Be like, well, I asked Northborough, why won't Southborough turn it over? They gave it to me, but what? Oh, it can be very useful. Yeah, you can say like, well, I'm asking everyone for this, right? So like, why don't you give it to me too? Like they're turning it over, why don't you? So it can be useful in that way. But if they're all talking together, you can't do that. Yeah, if they're all talking together, then I think you have to like plan ahead from the very beginning as if that's exactly what's going to happen, right? Yeah, and yeah, I would have to see I think it's case by case probably, but I would say like just assuming that's what's going to happen. And like Eric Lipton and I dealt with a similar thing with think tanks. They all got together and were trying to like stop us from requesting stuff and trying to not answer our questions. And we came up with like different ways around it that sometimes worked, Say it again? Well, what about the attorneys? The town's attorneys and city's attorneys, like. But like, if you filed a request for like communication stuff around this to the city attorneys, they are. Get together and write a letter. Maybe you all can get together too. That's maybe that.
Well, thank you all. Thank you, Brooke. That was really illuminating and useful. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you so much.
We are going to go right into our next presentation, so don't go anywhere. We just need 30 seconds to get ready.
That one, okay.
which one is it?
Heather, which one is audience
this one,
measure?
right?
Oh,
Yeah.
audience measure. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, good.
Okay, thanks for sticking with us. This is our final session, and our final speaker today is Heather Cyrus, Deputy Managing Editor for Audience at the Boston Globe. Heather leads the Globe's audience strategy across various platforms. She also oversees the visual storytelling team and the video team. She's passionate about strengthening the Globe's ties with its current subscribers, building systems to reach new readers, and creative digital storytelling. She was the lead digital strategist for Blind Spot, which won a Pulitzer Prize in 2021. Projects and initiatives she's led have won many awards, including an Edward R. Murrow Award and many online journalism awards. So with that, thanks for coming, and floor is yours.
All right. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Yep, so as you said, I run audience at the Boston Globe, and what that means is continually changing. And so I've been at the Globe for about 12 years and started in various digital production duties, worked in living arts, and then when the Globe did a reinvention in 2016, 2017, we started an audience team. And since then, I've done visual storytelling and worked with our building and development team. I ran our data team during COVID. Do not recommend that. And then recently I had left the Globe. I went and ran audience and built the first Newsroom audience team at the Marshall Project. And then Brian McGrory lured me back to the Globe. And then he left. So here we are today. I'm going to talk a little bit about measuring your audience. And I know that there's probably a wide array of skill sets and interests and whatever. I want to be as most helpful as possible for y'all. So please, if you have any questions as I'm going, don't hesitate to raise your hand and ask. I'm also coming from a really big newsroom that has a lot of resources. Although every newsroom in America thinks they don't have enough resources, but don't feel bad for us. I am, constantly looking at our data, and I think the biggest thing that I could tell you is that you just got to start. And if you're not already looking at what your audiences are reading on your site, on social, on your newsletters, just start looking at it. Because what will happen over time, and I can attest to this because it happened to me, was that you'll just start getting a gut reaction on what people want and how they want to get it. And so I'm just going to walk a little bit through, but some of how I would approach this from a different perspective. What you want to do is just study this as if you are a beat reporter for your own data, for your own audience, so that in a year from now, in 2 years from now, you'll have an automatic reaction when you hear X has happened and that you need to do Y because that's what your audience wants. And that's hard, and that's alchemy, and it's going to look different for everybody, but ultimately, that's what you're trying to do, is just grow that muscle. So we talk a lot at the Globe about being audience first, and for a really long time, being audience first meant you were taking what a newsroom had done, and you were finding different ways to push it out on the back end. And what we've really done over the last couple of years is realize that it can't just be this thing that happens over in a corner away from the rest of the news, because audience teams are populated by journalists. They're people who understand the news. They're people who know what your audience is looking for. They're reading the comments. They're looking on social media. They're in the Facebook groups. They see what information people are looking for. And so what we really need to do is take that kind of skill set and move it up. And if you don't have an audience team, that's fine. Let me break it to you that you are your newsroom's chief audience officer. So if there isn't already an audience team, it's you. And this is something that can be owned by everybody in the newsroom. This is something that everybody should be thinking about of who are we writing for? Why are we writing this? How are we going to get it to people? So with that, I can walk you through a couple of ways that I think about what data I need to make an informed decision on what we do next. But I also, if anybody has any sort of thoughts or feedback on ways that you've sort of encountered a dilemma, please feel free and just jump in. So each day I start the day with just a ton of data. I get a bunch of reports. We have a couple of different data suites. I'm looking, because the Globe is so breaking news oriented, I'm looking at real-time metrics and I'm looking at historical data. And using those helps inform where I go during the day. So I help run a meeting first thing in the morning where we just pull up what our audience is reading right that very second. And we just, through Chartbeat, I don't know if any of y'all have used it before, but just looking at what are all the things that people are consuming right now. And then we pivot to what were the things yesterday that people converted for, because getting subscriptions is our North Star metric. And then what were people reading yesterday? Because it's still valuable, even if the list of stories that people will pay you for and the list of stories that people come and read on your site, if those are different, that's okay, because some of it is a combination of what are the things that we're going to have people pull out their wallets for, and then what are things that people are going to make, what are the stories that are going to make people aware of us. So also coupled with that, if you have a flagship newsletter, if you have a social media account, these are also ways and places that you want to be looking to see what is working. Because at the end of the day, we all know that if people aren't reading the powerful journalism that you and your teams are creating, what is the point of doing it? We talk a lot about being mission-driven and data-informed. Those two things really go hand in hand. I don't think it's beneath us to understand what the numbers are. Wanting more people to read our stories is not chasing clicks. A lot of people will talk about clickbait and whatever. Several years ago, 10 years ago, we as an industry were really worried that everything was going to be listicles and cat videos, and that has not happened, thank God. And you'll start to see that there is a correlation between the stuff that you and your teams like to produce and the stuff that people will pay you for, that people will subscribe to your newsletter for, that people will post on your town's Reddit page. There is a correlation between these things because people need information. And if you're able to give it to them how they want it and when they want it, they'll continue coming back to you. And that's a part of the trust building. But you won't know these things unless you're looking at the data. So this is how you can approach measuring your audience. There's 4 different categories of it, and when I talk to people in the newsroom who don't necessarily have as much familiarity with it as I do, because I can kind of geek out and that scares people, and so I really want to make this accessible, you should be covering and looking at your data the same way that you would report out a story. You're creating a narrative. When I put raw data in people's hands, it is confusing. They don't know the patterns. The first thing they ask me is this good? And sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. And I always say, yeah, this is good, no matter what. So, but we can do better, that kind of thing. I want them to know that I'm there to partner with them. And so when you're thinking about how do I understand my audience, how do I understand who I already have, it also helps you make decisions for who you need to reach, who you want to reach next. If you're a paper or a news organization covering a singular community, you probably know the demographic breakdown in that community. I live in Quincy, and it's about half white and a quarter Asian and a quarter of other various demographic backgrounds. It's different, wide ranging of social and economic strata, and I can kind of think about that. If and this is going to be a spicy thing right here. If I'm writing for this news organization that you have launched, and I'm only reaching white people, I'm not doing my job. And so therefore, you need to be thinking about, how do I understand all of this data so I can make sure that I'm reaching the people I need to, that they're liking it, I can lean into that, I can get it to them where they want it and how they want it, and then I can also broaden it so that I'm reaching the rest of the community, because otherwise I'm failing. So of course there's data, right? That's the first one. Page views or visits, however you break it down. If you're running a website, there is a back-end system that exists where they are telling you how many people have clicked on those stories. Social media, you can see shares and likes and views. That one, as we all know, is getting a little trickier over time because of how the algorithm has deprioritized news. Newsletters, if you are using an email service provider, they also have a pretty rudimentary back-end system where you can see open rates and click-through rates. Again, these things are always changing, and Apple News puts up this thing, and you can't get all the clicks from that. But it's not necessarily all about knowing exactly what the number is for every single thing, because as you start to learn this and continue on with it over time, you will see directionality. And so it just matters that you are seeing trends. Oh, when we publish this subject line, people clicked. Oh, when it's a question headline, we get more clicks. If we say 5 things you need to know, or here's what you need to know, or if you are able to tease something in the headline, there's all of these things, you'll start seeing trends, because at the heart of it, you are news people, and this is what we do. Comments. I have a little more to say about comments later, but essentially, it's again a directionality thing. It's if there's a lot of comments on a story, if you allow comments, there's a lot of comments on your Facebook page or whatnot, then it's a talker. It's something that people are engaging with. Even if the comments are quote unquote bad, you know that you've hit a nerve there, and maybe that's something that you need to lean into. You need to give people more context. You need to do more. We talk a lot at the Globe about swarming, and it's, yes, we could publish one story, it could live on Sunday A1, and we can say, we did the story, we gave the readers what they needed. Now we have so much data, we know that maybe only a 10th of our readership read that story, or maybe they need something pulled out from that story. Maybe they're searching for something that is in the story that isn't a separate, that you could pull out and put in a different story and help them find it another way. So having that data, having that underpinning of understanding what people are engaging with, that's going to make you really powerful as you try to think about what your communities need next. And then referral sources. I like, as you can tell, to nerd out on this stuff, but essentially, where are people coming from? If you're trying to decide, because you have a lean team, which I assume we all do, you want to know where to put your investment. Should I be on TikTok? People ask me this all the time. Don't go on TikTok. But unless you're trying to reach younger people, millennials are on there and we're not even young anymore. So you just need to think about how to measure the return on your investment, and you can do that by seeing where people are coming to you from. Oh, wow, for some reason, Reddit is funneling traffic to us around the Red Sox, which they do. And you can say, that's a place where we could invest a little bit of time. We could build a community there. We could get to know the moderators of our Red Sox. We could, build something out there. You don't have to eat the whole elephant in one bite. You just need to start somewhere. Anecdotes. Again, I am always saying in the newsroom, reporters are audience people. They're out there. They know who all the players are. They know they're talking to folks at town meetings. They're talking, to people at the bar when they're on their free time and just hearing the feedback. They see you drive down the street of the community you live in that you're writing about. You see the construction and you think, wow, this is a pain in the ass. So you kind of know what the vibe is and what people are thinking and feeling. So anecdotes are really, really helpful. Just don't let the comments that you get emailed to you directly influence the entirety of your news coverage, as I'm sure you already understand. And then surveys, of course. I put that under anecdotes. While it can bring a lot of data as well, because it's, just on such an individual level, and people are never fully honest about what they think they want. They always say that they want really big, serious stories, and then they click on stories about Matt Damon. I know this from experience. News judgment. Again, bring the things that you already have, the skills you already have, to your data, to understanding your audience. What do I know about this story that it could have affected its success? There's been so many times when we'll spend 6 months working on a project, and then this happened. We did this brilliant DC project. We are so lucky to have a DC bureau still at the Globe, and they're, down in the nation's capital, covering what the people of New England need to know. We launch it. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. Ruth Bader Ginsburg dies like 14 minutes later. And that just wipes it all out. So we could have said, if we weren't thinking about it, that story didn't do well, our audience doesn't like this kind of stuff, we shouldn't do any more of it. It's the context of it all, and that's why having journalists being with the data, not outsourcing it to data analysts, not outsourcing it to, we have a brilliant team that helps us with data who are from the business side, thinking about subscriptions and conversions. They're never going to be able to tie that together because they didn't live through it and feel the horror when it happened. And then you also just sort of know, what's the most interesting thing about this news cycle? You know if you write a story and you're on the end of the news cycle and you didn't get it up fast enough, that people aren't going to read as much. They've already gotten the information elsewhere. So just thinking about that contextually. Don't let the data make you reductive, essentially. Let it be a guide, but then use your critical thinking. Like I said, you want to know directionality. If all the numbers aren't perfect and Apple has put up all of these firewalls where you can't understand click-through rates perfectly, or there was an error on the site for an hour or whatever, you just need to see it over time. And that's for, just making an investment and understanding what data you already have available to you will help you over time. And then, I'm always talking about, no story is apples to apples. You don't ever release 2 stories at the exact same time, in the exact same climate, with the exact same, competitors. Maybe, your competitor across town has another big story, or you accidentally published something on Super Bowl Sunday and weren't thinking, or something. There's always competition out there. And then as you're measuring, you can slice and dice this data in so many different ways. And if you're getting, views or clicks or whatever over time, it's never perfect, is what I'm trying to say here, is that you just need to sort of get in there, start thinking about it, and make the informed decisions that you are trying to do. And then, as I said before, look for trends, certain types of subject lines, headlines, social posts. Do things do better with an image or without an image? If you have a story up at the top of the site versus the middle of the site, none of these things are super complicated. Newspapers have been doing this for hundreds of years. We made the same decisions that were audience decisions on A1 in 1850 as we do today. There's the reason why we have a top of the fold. There's a reason why we use the inverted pyramid. It's because we know that people are busy and we need to get them what they need to. And as you're thinking, when I'm able to distill this down and I'm able to make it as clean and easy as for them, I'm getting them what they need on the platforms they say that they need it. If you lean into all those things, you'll start seeing numbers increase. And that is addictive, I gotta say. And then just sort of looking at those things a little bit more deeply, page views or visits. You don't have to look at this every day. You don't have to look at this. If you publish a story and then you look at it immediately and you get bummed out, don't do that. Just get it up, be cool, and then get it out across the rest of your platforms to see how and where it is performing over time. Maybe you pick an hour on Fridays where you're going to say, I'm going to just sit down and I'm going to look at everything we published this week on our site, in our newsletter, on our Facebook feed or Twitter or whatever, and I'm just going to take a look at it and see what I see. I'm going to compare it to last Friday. Do that. Just start there and start seeing, like, if I was reporting a story about this, what would I be looking for? What would I be thinking about? What are the stories that seem to be kind of popping at the same time? Is there any correlation between publishing something at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m.? Can I A/B test something? Can I see if a newsletter that goes out at 4 p.m. performs better than 7 p.m.? We have a newsletter for our investigations team, and I was just convinced that it would always work better in the mornings. And honestly, what happened was that we just kept pushing our deadlines, and then finally just had to get it out the door. And it ended up going out at like 7 p.m. on Fridays most often, which sounds like a terrible time. And so we experimented with other different options. I was like, why don't we wait for a Saturday morning? Why don't we wait for a Monday? And I was wrong, because 7 p.m. on Friday, people liked it. I think they just had kind of tuned out from the week and were looking for something that had a little heft. I don't know. You don't always know the reason. But yeah, we tried something else. It didn't work. Now we send it at 7 p.m. on Fridays because that was working. And also, it's the internet, so it's always changing. So, we're going to probably relaunch a few things in 2025, and we'll experiment with the times we send it. Sometimes your data can tell you what to do, and sometimes you just need to try something else, because if you just keep doing the same thing, you only have the same data. I use this is a big secret, I use this as an excuse at the Globe all the time when I want to make people do things that they don't want to do. And I say, well, let's just try it. It's just an experiment. If you call something an experiment, it just takes the pressure off to have to immediately perform. And instead, you're like, oh, we're doing this to gather data. That's like the key to it, right? You just give it a try, and then you have something different. If you're always publishing everything at the exact same time in the exact same places, you're only going to get the same sort of data over and over. Try something a little bit different here and there. And if your team gives you a hard time, just tell them it's an experiment. You're all scientists together now. You're people in STEM. Then, let's see, with newsletters, a lot has changed with newsletters in the last year. As I was talking about, open rates and click rates are not 100% accurate anymore. But again, it's the directionality of it and just trying some different things and seeing what's working. Your donations and conversions, this is where your most loyal audience will be. These are the people, most of the time, these are the people who are like, I value this and I want to read it and I'm going to support this place. Sometimes it's just you have a story about Matt Damon locked behind a paywall and they want to know what happened. And both of those things are okay. Your goal is that once you get them in, once they're giving you some money, whether it's through donations or through getting a subscription, your journalism will continually prove to them that it's worth supporting. And if you're continually leaning into the things that made you successful in the first place, then hopefully that pattern will repeat. Also, by looking at your data, if that pattern isn't repeating, you'll see it earlier rather than not. Nobody wants to be surprised at the end of a fiscal year that numbers are down and you didn't see it coming. Nobody wants at the end of a quarter to see, oh wow, our conversion rate slipped or our churn rate went up or anything like that. So by setting aside that time, making it a priority and approaching it like you would a piece of journalism, which I know is the reason why we're all here, and that's going to give you a leg up because things will be less of a surprise over time. Referrals, as I was saying earlier, knowing that helps you as a leader know where you can put your resources. And again, you need to give everything a little bit of time. The amount of times that people will say, oh, we need to do this TikTok series. How did it perform? Well, we just launched our account. We need to grow. We need to do this. You need to give things a little bit of time, and that's part of the experimental period. Survey responses, learning about your demographics of who you're reaching and what they want. If you're a nonprofit, all of these things really help you as well as you're putting together annual reports, because funders really, really like to know that the money they're giving you is actually benefiting a community or a group of people. And so if you can put some data and numbers with that, that's also really, really helpful and powerful. I always joke that he who controls the data controls the narrative. And if you are able to kind of put this together and create a narrative around it, we launched X initiative. We published it every Monday at 10 a.m. We built a corresponding newsletter series with it that people could opt in whenever they wanted to start it. These are the click-through rates. This is how many page views we got. This one story got exponentially more because it was tweeted by this person or picked up by Google Discover. You can kind of play this all out and show the potential for levers that you can pull for other stories in the future and show that you're benefiting a group of people that you're trying to reach. And then comments. You know, as I was saying before, if your story is a talker, people will comment. It can give you a lot of information on where to go next. If this is something, if you publish a story and there's like 450 comments on it in a few hours, you know you've hit a nerve, that something's happened here. And how do you think to yourself, how do you leverage this more? How do you get people something that they obviously want to engage in? And we've also found, at least at the Globe, that, you know, people who comment are more likely to retain because they're able to have that outlet. They feel more engaged. They're spending extra time. They're reading a thing and then commenting. Sometimes they're reading the headline and then commenting. But ultimately, they're just like ever slightly more engaged, and they're finding something of value there, and they're spending their time with you versus somewhere else watching Netflix, and you're able to kind of build something there. So those are sort of the main metrics that I would say help you make a sort of like wide-ranging assessment of where your work is performing the best. And then but that was a lot, right? So what I would recommend is pick two. I'd recommend maybe on-site visits and newsletters because there's already information in the back end of your website and in the back end of your ESP that can at least give you a little bit of a head start. You don't have to hunt and peck through all of your Facebook posts to try to figure out like which ones perform the best. But those are a good place to start. But knowing your own community and what they respond to. Some communities have these like wildly popular Facebook groups, and maybe your work is getting shared there. So pick what metric makes sense for you, which I know is easier said than done. And then just sort of like tips from like at the beginning. Take it slow. Like I said, pick two. Just start somewhere. Put an hour aside once a week. Have a person on your team who's really interested in this, a data reporter, or hell, like it could be anybody who just is like, I like to look through it and see what I see. Take it slow. Consider directionality. Examine your biases. You know, we all kind of get excited about a certain piece of content. I'm just as guilty. And I'm like, this is gonna do great, and then it does fine. And you wish that you had sort of sent the team in another direction, or in my case, I really double down and I say, well, this just should have been bigger on the homepage. But either way, just examine sort of where you're coming and your own interests and how they align with that of your community and how they align with the people that you're not quite reaching yet. If you're trying to reach a group that is outside your comfort zone or that you haven't traditionally been able to cover well, it's because you're either they haven't found you or you're not providing them with something that they want. And readers are voting every single day on what they want from you. They're clicking on things, they're opening things, they're sharing things, they're telling you what they want. You have to listen to them. And then lastly, like I was saying, experiment. Because you're only going to have this like self-fulfilling prophecy if you're only doing the same thing with the same kind of work over and over and over again. So, you know, try to think outside the box. Try to ask, you know, people what they click on other websites. Ask your staff, what do you read so you can better understand your life? Is there something that we should be learning from that? and have some fun. My God, we all need some fun. Like, Jesus, have you looked around this week? We need some fun, and so does your audience. You're competing with, like I said, you're competing with Netflix. You're competing with HBO, and you're competing with the Globe, and we're competing with you. And it's how can you give them some value that helps them in so many different aspects of their life? How can you not just do the bright that is like, look at this, pig weighing contest or something that we would have always traditionally done, go out and take a photo and put it on the front of the Met front or something. But how do we get something like, what makes people laugh in your community? What are the inside jokes? There was a protest for Abigail Adams downtown in Quincy, and that was funny. And I don't know if they meant for it to be funny, but it was funny. And when you're able to just kind of get like, look at these people in the old-fashioned garb, and they're out there protesting about Abigail Adams, not make fun of them, but also just make sure that you're like, there's a little bit of levity because there's so much other stuff. Yes, we need to know what happened in the election. We need to know what happened at City Hall or, the town meeting or whatever. But, do a bracket on like the best, statue in your town. Do something that you're like, why is that? Quincy has this like giraffe just statue. No one has any idea where it came from. Like, figure it out and tell them. Like, think of things that would normally not be traditional news stories, because they're going to get this elsewhere. They're going to get this on TikTok. They're going to get this somewhere else. And then you can give them what they're looking for, and they haven't been looking for from you. So just experiment with it and see what happens. Maybe I'm wrong, but don't tell me. All right, I kind of blew through that really fast, but if anybody has any questions, I'm happy. Yes?
Hi, I'm Janice Thompson from the Hartsville line, grew up in Maine. My question is about this whole idea about giving our readers what they want, which is obviously something that we need to do. But what happens, like we know in our paper that that people love our coverage of new restaurants, and food.
Yeah, Maine has some great restaurants.
So but if we took that, like if that dictated what we're going to do, we would be doing more food.
Yeah.
And the editor's just not going to do that because it's not part of the overall plan. Another example is we're in a very small coastal town. There is a contingent that we are not reaching, because they want us to write that global warming is a hoax.
Yeah.
That they want us to say that the governor's wind turbines are evil. And the editor's just not going to do that. Now, if we did write that, we would get more positive responses from this contingency.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
So that's sort of, and it's always me as I'm sort of the reader engagement person, and then there's the editor. So he and I are always going like this about how much do we really want from our from our readers if it's going to decrease the quality of our coverage.
Yeah. No, I hear you. First, understanding what our readers want and giving them, they don't get to decide what the content is. They don't get to decide what the facts are. But if they're interested in windmills or whatever off the coast, like the whatever the topics are, like I would say lean into the topics that the community has expressed that they want to understand better. But they don't get to decide what is reality. So there's that. And then, understanding what people want and giving them more of it in a sophisticated way is not a race to the bottom. It's a way of leaning in to stories and news cycles that they are interested in, but it is not following it downward, right? And so what I'm saying a lot at the Globe is people are interested in X. People are interested in stuff that serious journalists find repulsive to a certain degree. There's, well, why do we have to cover the royals? They're really far away. And, but people are interested in it. And so wouldn't you want them to read a story from you that's good, that's well reported, that isn't just a bunch of bullshit, that like tells them why this matters, it gives them what they want, but does it in a sophisticated way? Because otherwise they're just gonna get it somewhere else. So that's always sort of my argument to that. It's, I'm looking at this, I see what people want. The next time there's this other, thing that comes up in the news cycle, we know our audience wants this. What can we do around this so that we can feel fulfilled as journalists, but also give them something that they want and are interested in? And then on your first part of your question, I would just say write more food coverage. This is not a bad thing. To have like a vibrant like food and restaurant community, this is great. Do it in a sophisticated way. And like I joked about earlier, but is actually the truth, he who controls the data controls the narrative. Like if your data is telling you that people are really interested in this, what can you do to not only satisfy that need, but also recirculate them into the rest of your coverage? The San Francisco Chronicle has like 15 people on their food team. They have 2 wine, right, this is gonna blow everybody's mind. They like have 2 wine critics and they have like 3 food editors, and they have a story every single day about food. And it ranges from health code violations to investigative. They did this whole big piece on wage theft and tipping theft because of undocumented immigrants and how vulnerable they are in the community and how they were being taken advantage of. And then they just do really great roundups of like when it's 7 p.m. and you haven't had dinner and your children are insane and you don't know what to do with them and you're Googling easy dinner 10-year-olds Boston. I speak from experience. That's such a value. That's service journalism. That's not just bullshit food content listicles. That's like meeting a need for your community. So I obviously feel very passionately about this.
Thank you very much. And by the way, let me just say, I just said contingency and I meant constituency.
Oh, yes.
So I know what that word means.
Yeah. I didn't even notice. No, that's fine. I mean, we're going to be dealing a lot with the latter part of your question. Again, it hasn't really stopped. We're mission-driven and data-informed. And our mission is to tell the truth and to be accurate. So we're never going to just do a story that's about misinformation about climate change or whatever, but we can cover the topics that are important. So, I don't know. Maybe that's helpful. In the trenches, it gets hard. Anyone else?
Hi there. My question is about contact information. And it came up, I live in Somerville, I get the Camberville newsletter. And I wanted to respond about an article, and the only contact information in the email was an X account. And
Interesting.
I couldn't click through to the profile in the Globe, so I went there and I looked at it, and I noticed that all the columnists have email and an X account.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, a woman, also has an Instagram account. And is that metrics? I mean, and it still has the Twitter logo, which is interesting.
Yes.
So is that driven by metrics? Are you trying to reach an audience by doing that? I mean, I deleted my X account, so
yeah,
I couldn't do it that way. So are you trying to reach an audience by having that? Have you considered other platforms as another means to contact people?
No, that's like a really, really good point. Sometimes you do things in a previous iteration of the internet and then forget to fix them. And that's what that is. So one, you can email camberville@globe.com, and I have access to it, we all have access to it. Secondly, like, I want to say like 2014, 2015 is when we all were like, journalists need to be on X, or I guess Twitter then, and this is where we're going to break news and what we're going to do. And then as it all kind of, what happened, we had to kind of update those things. And that's sort of what I mean is that like, the internet is constantly changing, and you have to be constantly adjusting. And there's all of these like minor product things, like changing everybody's signature on the site to not say their X account would be actually a major product going, but you need to be kind of aware of those things. So that is actually really helpful for me, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. That was fantastic. Thanks for doing this.
You got it.
Thank you all for coming. We said we would get you out of here at 3, and we did not miss it by much. A couple of quick things. We're going to try to do this a couple of times a year, so watch your email for news of the next one. If you have ideas for topics that we should cover at a future conference, please email me. And please stay in touch about the Newsroom program if you're interested in participating. Even if I've already met with you, I'd be happy to meet with you again. And again, thanks for coming. And remember, if you're driving home, take your car.